nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the herd frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like? What they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like? What they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level.
It's the last day of play-in, so we got 4 teams remaining, and only 2 will make it into group stages. It's 2 best-of-3 series, and it's going to be 2 people bidding goodbye to their dreams to go into Masters in Reykjavik. And we don't want to waste your time any further. Let's go ahead and hop into the challengers for Asia Pacific.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring allowed from everybody. Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last day of the Asia Pacific Challengers Play-ins. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is a Black and Blue and Raph. How are you guys doing?
Doing really good, man. And as he said, it's the final day of the play-in. Some teams already eliminated, but others will move forward here at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, we are definitely going to be looking at those teams with a bigger monocle per se, or even bigger magnifier, because again, the group stage, as I've mentioned many times, has been a shark tank just waiting to be filled. But the bloodthirst is already there, and I'm pretty sure it's still going to be apparent today.
Yeah, we'll see the blood show that we'll see in the matches that we have today. But let's have a look at the matches that we witnessed yesterday. It was a long day, all things considered, but it was all 2-0. So for their first match that we witnessed was Action PH and Onyx G. Onyx G got a 2-0 victory off of that.
I mean, we were kind of expecting a bit more maybe coming from Action PH in terms of, bringing this to that third map. But Onyx, man, they are such a great team. Ryu had so many amazing clutches. People talked about his clutches coming into this tournament for Action PH, and he is super consistent at that. And man, he had some really good moments, but unfortunately for Action, could not extend it to that third map. Almost did, but then it really was Onyx who seemed like they were in the driver's seat the whole way through.
That they were. Again, Onyx is, I would say, easily the best teams in our play-ins, and they've rightfully, made their stand. I was talking about how Severine sometimes may not have the greatest stat lines, but is so reliable to making those small micro decisions, just even holding to have the patience that you require to be, effective at the highest level. But of course, we're going to be taking a look at NN and GFN, who squared off in a pretty exciting series.
Yeah, very exciting. 2-0 for No Namers. We kind of thought that Griffin Esports would come out on top here, but No Namers just proved that they are the dark horses coming in to the group stages because they got that 2-0.
That was you.
That was you. No, man. We were right on our predictions on that one. We're gonna take that
Hey.
steam ahead.
Hey now, but yeah, this next series that we had, it was the elimination match, first of which is Team Big Bam and Full Sense.
Yeah, dude, Full Sense and Big Bam. This was a matchup. Oh my goodness, I almost kind of forgot about that clip by John Olsen. But yeah, just always seemingly in control. Full Sense. They were surely just every single kind of, I guess, sensibility that they had came really and helped them out. I mean, they did not seem like a team that were willing to go down here early on in the play-ins, and the reason why they're looking like to make it out of it too as well.
One enemy
now we'll move on with Global versus Fancy. I feel like this is something that a lot of fans had, well, bit of a head scratcher really, because there is at times where both teams looked a little shaky. We saw the compositions, we've talked about it quite a bit. The theory crafting was so present in their conversations, but I feel like on the execution level, despite SK Rossi getting that 4K, there was a lot left on the table. It's kind of like watching the 2013 Bobcats.
Oh, the memories.
They don't even exist anymore.
the PTSD off of that, but yeah, that is a good analogy for Global Esports. And with that, they do bid farewell in their run here in the play-ins, and now we're gonna be seeing the last two series that we have. It's Action PH Full Sense, and then Griffin Esports and Fancy United Esports, and it's all going to be an elimination. So for this point on, whoever wins will move into the group stages next week. But for you guys at home that are watching just now here at the Asia Pacific Challengers, let's have a look at the journey that the guys from play-ins will go through all the way into the knockouts.
Something like this though, it's all about that duel. But I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 playing teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com. Something like this though, it's all about that duel. I told you, dude.
And there you have it. That's the journey you guys witnessed for Group A and Group B. We've seen Onyx G go into the gauntlet in the upper bracket, and we've seen we've seen No Namers go through the same thing, and now we're going to be witnessing Action PH and Full Sense go against Onyx G, and I'm sorry, Action PH and Full Sense going up against each other to meet Onyx G in the group stages, something that we have to talk about. On the flip side, though, if we move into Group B, we will be seeing Griffin Esports and Fancy United Esports in another best of 3 to determine who will go into the group stages.
I mean, when we're looking at, especially that Group A, right, we all kind of were looking at, well, I guess Onyx and Full Sense to make it out of the bracket. So I think our predictions will be kind of mostly similar later on the panel when you do get to that game. But this is one where we're really kind of tossed up. Griffin or Fancy United, honestly. From the 4 teams that were in this group, Global, Griffin, No Namers, and Fancy, we're all kind of touting, hey, this could go either way. We really have no real prediction on who is probably the favorite to make it out of this group, because this group is so volatile and so competitive.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, that is the dark horse group. Really, anyone had a realistic chance of making through that, and I guess this is just a quick review of what we're gonna have today.
Yeah, it's Action PH and Full Sense going up first in a best of 3, followed shortly by Griffin Esports and Fancy United Esports in the final best of 3 in the play-ins. And again, for those of you guys who are watching, whoever loses this will get eliminated and will no longer be able to play in the group stages because they're eliminated. It's as simple as that. Yeah. And Action PH and Full Sense, that is the first series that we have.
Water is definitely wet.
Yes.
Yeah, opening series of the day, man. You touched on it. This is going to be a banger, dude. Action PH versus Full Sense. 2 teams that we were, honestly, if they were in Group B, they would have made it out. Let's be frank here, right? They'd probably be the favorites if they made it into Group B. That's not saying, about like what the competitiveness of Group B is, but it just happens to be that they are in the group of death. And if Action was in any other group, they probably would be making it out of there. But Full Sense, that's an opponent that you cannot scoff at no matter which team you are in the world. Honestly, they're such a very deadly team. And when we go over to Griffin and Fancy, that one is, I honestly think the Griffin and Fancy is going to be a closer game than APH and Full Sense might be.
Let's not beat around the bush here. And again, with all due respect to all the teams that have participated, that is absolutely true. I cannot disagree with that statement. If Action was not in this group, in fact, if you look at Group A, most of those teams, if not all, are group stage teams. It's just insane that the power level of one group is just, well, I would say higher than the other, but it doesn't take any excitement away nor entertainment value or any real lesson away from the other groups. It's just, my goodness, how did that happen?
Yeah, I kind of wish like we got 2 from Group B, 2 from Group A, and kind of mix things around, just to, I don't know, keep things shaking up, more balance on either side. But, well, it does make for great entertainment, this group of death.
Yep, and it's 100% fun to watch the games as well, but it's not going to be fun for the next series. It's Action PH and Full Sense. It's do or die now, and this isn't even their first rodeo as well. They've met each other earlier on this year and went to Full Sense's way, so it's kind of like the same storyline for Full Sense and Team Big Ben if history's going to be repeating itself. But without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce the first team in this series. It's Action PH. The action-packed Action Jackson roster that is Action PH. Try to make their way inside the group stages. We got a Batman, RUM, and Georgie and Zero Death Yo.
Action PH, that 3rd seed coming from the Philippines, is a team that in their own local qualifier, started off week 1 of the group stages at the top of that scoreboard and then kind of suddenly, slowly sunken down. I think that is very appropriate for describing this team. They're a team that really does start off strong, but if they cannot continue that momentum forward, then their avalanche seemingly just crumbles into a broken wave. And I mean, these 2 teams, they've fought fought against each other. They matched up against each other early on in the year, about in January, on the community side of things. Although, albeit, that was a very, very new Action PH team, one that was maybe around for a month or two at most. Now they've had time to develop. Now they've had time to refine their game, to play in the actual VCT and make it this far. Will we get that same result? It was a 0-2 in the favor of Full Sense, with map number 1 in Ascent being quite close. And honestly, I do think that Action PH are going to put up a much better fight here. They've had the time to make the research. They've had their time to refine their game. And especially, they have the VOD to look back to against Full Sense. And when you're the team that loses in the first matchup, you're the one who has more to adjust. You're the one who has more to learn. And you're the one who has more to prove when it comes to the rematch.
Truth be told, yeah, they've had the time to adjust. They've had the time to VOD review, as you mentioned. But again, if we really look at things when it comes to a more recent history, they had a swap out. We don't have Motsuki anymore. We have a Batman. So maybe there's a little bit of a reset. Maybe there's a little bit of a butterfly effect. To see if that's for the better or for the worse is something that we'll just have to kind of sit out and wait a bit.
And it's not just Action PH that got that changes in their roster. We got Full Sense coming up next, and we'll find out who's playing in on the fray. This Thai roster is not a stranger in the international scene. They've already represented Thailand and Southeast Asia in previous international outings, but they don't have Super Bus with them. We got Chalala, John Olsen, PTC, Lammy Snacks, and The Love Family.
In the context of our play-ins, I think Full Sense is by far the most accurate representation of Gods Can Bleed because, well, when they had a face-off with Onyx, they still looked as impressive as usual, but again, Onyx is Onyx. But now, we put our eyes on Full Sense. Full Sense against Big Bam, oh my goodness, that was absolutely clinical. We just can't look at this team without really referencing their previous matchups. But yeah, again, the spearhead, John Olsen, he got away with murder, honestly, contributing in bunches in their previous matchup. But if we were talking about the mechanics of the matchup here, Action PH, they also have quite a bit of firepower in Georgie and Tesseract. I mean, Cero Deathio, why did you change your name? Go back to being Tesseract. I'm kidding. But again, there's still quite a bit of mechanical prowess on the side of Action PH that they really have to admit that it's a problem.
To be quite honest here, the two playstyles of these two teams, Full Sense and Action, don't necessarily differ too much. They do put a lot of pressure for that main spearhead on the Full Sense side, John Olsen. On the other end of things for Action, Georgie, they do put a lot of that responsibility on their shoulders. And the problem with that type of playstyle is when they don't get that spear sharp and refined enough early on, they really struggle to somehow get going in the game. And we saw in the previous matchup that that's exactly what happened. You know, it was on the side of Full Sense, John Olsen really popping off, and that's kind of what they need. But the thing is, they rely on that pretty much every single game for them to make their actual play style work. Fortunately for Full Sense, this Action team is a team that can be, well, I guess, vulnerable to that kind of play style, and it's something that Full Sense are also used to playing too, because they themselves apply it.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that. It was always Georgie and John Olsen for these teams, but we gotta have a look at the other tandem of the duos that they have that enable the team and enable their star players to shine. We're gonna have a look at their head-to-head here, and it's none other than Emin and Chalalala as going in for the head-to-head. Everything is relatively even for themselves, but they enable their duelists, they enable their star players like never before.
Shalala is such a good player, honestly, and I think more than enabling, what he does is, well, it's funny because he's now the smoker, now that Superbus has come out, he does really control the pace of the game in his own way. I think more when it comes to enabling, you could argue PTC or Lammy Snacks enables John Olsen to do more of that, but there is no definitely not, I guess, kind of any doubt that Eman does that job for Action Page. He is the enabler. He is the guy that helps Georgie get in. And when Georgie does get in, he is the guy right behind him to follow up on that. If you're the point man, if you're Georgie, you want your wingman to be Eman, and that is what he brings to the table.
Once again, a lot of those points have already been brought up, and thank you so much, Black and Blue. The thing is, these two also have enough, and more than enough, actually, ample firepower to step it up. Jalala specifically, I believe he's flexing on the Astra and the Chamber, which, quite frankly, are two different worlds, but he's been effective on both roles. Again, stats, they might just be numbers, but my goodness, these are incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and definitely this series is like without these two guys, the series might be a little, a little on the decline because we're just gonna be watching the star players do it. But I'm pretty sure that Action PH and Full Sense, they are already awake. Like whatever happened to them in the past couple of days, they should be able to recuperate and reset going into this because it's do or die time. And speaking of which, we have to go into the map veto right now to find out what maps they're going to be playing on. This might be the final best of 3 of their tournament lives. Who knows? We'll get into it as the map veto will begin, and Action PH is going to be the first to go for the bans.
Well, I mean, if you look at history here, they did play on Ascent and Haven. Ascent was a bit closer for the side of Action PH, and Haven was a bit more one-sided in favor of Full Sense. But then Action PH in the past few months, especially locally in the Philippine VCT qualifiers, we saw that they are very capable of playing Haven. If anything, it's one of their best map, if not their best map when it comes to the entire game. So Action Page, they take out Breeze, which I think is a really smart move. Full Sense are so deadly on a map like Breeze that just enables all of that aggression, enables all of that individual play to come to place, and that's where Full Sense are so good.
Another thing why they had to ban Breeze is that they took into full account that Full Sense loves to run that double up, and they've been so effective. If they were looking at yesterday's VODs, Full Sense were absolutely masterful at staggering that mid presence towards Breeze and forcing out a reaction. And Action Page, they don't want to deal with that. But on the side of Full Sense, they take away Icebox.
Icebox to be banned. That's curious. I mean, both of these teams pretty much neck and neck in the statistics of their Icebox games. We did see them play it versus Big Bam here, Full Sense, and I mean rather Action, they did play it against Big Bam, so I'm curious to see why they picked that. It did go 14-12, so it was a very close game, and they pick Haven. I think this is the right move from Action. It's a great map for the side here of Full Sense, but it's also a great map for Action. If anything, they're best.
I might also see Bind being picked up by Full Sense here, one of their higher win rates. They want to make, if they want to get a game 3, they want to get Bind, or if ever Full Sense takes Haven, and they need to get Bind here, Ref.
I mean, talking about Bind again, it really does play into Full Sense loving to play that double up and to exercise the fact that that chamber play is so strong. But instead, we get a split map. Again, thematically, this is not something we'd expect Full Sense to do, but Full Sense, they're very, very strong on this map still. I mean, if you have a win rate above 60% in the pro scene with a sample size larger than, 10 games, 15 games, still something they have to respect. Now, Full Sense, I think this is where they kind of flex their playbook here. They had a bit of a litmus test against Onyx. They're trying to refine things because I feel like the biggest problem they had here was they kind of kept falling into the trap. Oh, there's a little bit of resistance here. There's a little bit of utility stagger on A. Let's try and take mid. They've been leaving mid open, but they were falling into that defensive layout, that spider web of defense.
Split! I just wanted to say it like that. I don't know. It just makes sense.
Okay, you know what? You've had your moment.
Oh, that's a good ban. That is a good ban. 83% on Full Sense on Fracture. That's a risk that APH does not want to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising to me that they banned Fracture this late, but I think what's more surprising to me is that it's Full Sense who picks Split. I mean, Raph kind of talked about it a while ago, but they did lose it to Onyx, and Action PH did beat South Built on Split the last time we did see them there.
You would know.
So, no, I mean, they're literally the last two games they played. Bind to be taken off, so we know where we're going to go. We're going to Ascent for the final one, but man, I'm really curious that, like, all of the maps that we're seeing right now in this 3-map rotation for the veto, they're pretty much neck and neck for both these two teams.
Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? The Fracture map. We know Full Sense is good on it, but do you think the reason why APH took this out was because the double controller meta is somewhat more persistent these days, and Full Sense have been somewhat practicing that?
I'm not too sure if that's exactly the idea. I think it's more necessarily like they realize it's not the map that really goes into their playstyle. Fracture is a really tactical map. I do think Double Controller has seen a bit more of a, in ways, a buff because of the nerfs that the controllers themselves have kind of faced here, especially Viper and Astra namely. So you need those two to try and make it work sometimes. And Fracture, it is a map that does enable that. To be fair, it is common to see Double Controller in that, but I'm not too sure if that's exactly the reason why they banned it, or as many teams do, especially the ones who have been playing for a while, just do not want that even playing field of Fracture, because even if you scrim Fracture a lot, there really isn't as much information on that as others, and they do not want to give Action that benefit of the doubt.
Fair.
Really a fair analysis there, boys. We've seen the maps. We're going to Haven first and Ascent last, and we have fairly even stats here. Slight edge on Full Sense all throughout in numbers, but who do you think is going to come out on top here? Let's start with you, Black and Blue.
Oh man, it really does hurt every time we have to kind of talk about some of these teams that even come from our own regions, but I really do think Full Sense got this. Coming into Group A, as soon as I saw it, my first two picks to make it out of this play-ins, Onyx and Full Sense. Hell, they're even my top 5 to win the darn thing. So I really do think they've got what it takes to make it happen. And if Action can take map number 1, this is going Full Sense 2-0.
For what it's worth, I think Action still has a legitimate chance of doing this, but the biggest problem really lies in the matchup, because stylistically they're very similar. The philosophy is almost identical, right? But it's the approach and the application. Again, the more hands-on approach. See, we have Full Sense, who is also known to be incredibly aggressive and mechanically advanced. But the thing that separates them from Action PH, who are all those things, they have the depth. They had the time to do it. They had the R&D, and they had the cool heads to really calculate whatever their approach is. So I'll have to say it's probably gonna go 2-1 on the side of Full Sense.
Yes.
Action, like I said, is gonna put up a fight, but it's just that lack of sustainability that's gonna be their biggest problem.
Yep. Well, with that, I'm actually going to be a believer of Action PH here. I'm going to go against the grain. I feel like they're switched on right now. The heat retention, as long as they get game number 1, they're going to take it all the way. We might see a map 3, but it's still there. I believe in Action PH. Without further ado, we have to let the teams battle it out. This is the final best of 3, potentially, of their tournament lives here. This is Full Sense and Action PH going to Haven.
Last day of the play-ins, and we have a brawl waiting to come underway. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the APAC Challengers. My name is Dax here with the Estrada, and today we're going to be your casters. But Ilu, let's just get down to it, really. For me, my expectation for the series is absolute battles, absolute scrap. You have Action PH on one side, Full Sense on the other, and these guys can really put their punches, put their metal to the test, basically, and show their strength in this series.
Yeah, the panel summed it up a little bit perfectly. Stylistically, they're very similar. Obviously, Full Sense have been doing that kind of style a little bit longer, but Action PH, when it comes to the mechanical ability, both of these teams, actually, they have it in spades. And I think it's going to come down a lot to that mechanical ability, who's feeling hot today. There's very little that separates these two teams. Sure, even in the preferred maps, a lot of the maps that, these two teams like to play, there is quite a bit of intersect there. So with the maps that we're having now, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. I'm going to have to agree with the panel for a lot of it, that Full Sense, they definitely have an upper hand. But if Eman pops off for Action PH, and John Olsen maybe doesn't along the rest of Full Sense, then there's probably this decent chance that the rest of Action PH actually makes it through here.
Yeah, that's a really good point to tackle, but let's just get down to, the basics of these two teams right now. I really feel like when you look at Full Sense and Action PH, Full Sense is a team that's had the time that Action PH wants. Action PH is a newer squad. These guys only formed up at the end of last year. And what was Full Sense doing with this squad all throughout the year? Making those waves in SCA, making it the champions. So really, it's more seasoned here for the side of Full Sense, even though there are those similarities. So I get that people think that they have that advantage. But in the meantime, it will really boil down to that kind of matchup. John Olsen versus Georgie. But also, I want to point out PTC versus Emma, dynamic duos on both sides.
Oh yeah, there's just these whole 1-2 punch combinations that both of these teams will be throwing into. But there is always that X factor here. I mentioned Shalalala quite a number of times before because he is stepping up. Before, that role would be occupied predominantly by Superbus when he would be playing that Astra, and on the defensive side, a lot of the defense sort of was structured around having Superbus being the core of it all. Now Chalalala is stepping into the picture, and it kind of is fitting. However, their defensive sides, if you ask me personally, full sense, they don't exactly have it just as much as they used to. But on their offensive, they're looking a lot cleaner. They're looking a lot more refined, especially with the mid-round to the late-round calls. They're looking phenomenal. We go back to their game on Bind, which was really, really rock solid both times that they played it, and especially the one up against Onyx. The only reason why really Onyx won was just better late-round shot calling and honestly more creative approaches towards their attacking sides.
It's crazy that when you make a point, I feel like I can give you an example on the other team. And for another X factor for the side of Action PH, look at Serodetio. He really stepped it up in his local scene. Nasoba able to frag on out, keep parity with the likes of Georgie and Eman if need be. And similar also histories. They both lost to Onyx G. They both won against Big Bam. And right now, we're seeing them really in such a predicament. This Group A has been one of the most exciting things about APAC Challengers. And we've only started this week number 1. This is the end of the road for one of these two teams. The other will join Onyx G and No Namers in the group stage so far. But man, I really want to look into the series and see which of these two can beat down the other. Because when the going gets tough, when the attacking sides keep clashing later on, I really feel like it will come to those hero plays, those 1v2, 1v3 scenarios. Suddenly, a big entry from John Olsen or Georgie. Those are going to be the moments, and we're going to be getting some peak APAC action to, kick off this last day.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of parallelisms between the two teams, but of course, only one team is going to make it through. That it's going to stop right there. We're going to be going to Agent Select in just a second here, but in this first map, do you have any expectations, Dax, on what we possibly will be seeing here for the Agents? I know that we've seen a lot of these maps before from these particular teams. Could it be a little bit more rinse and repeat, same as what we saw from that Onyx game previously?
I will be surprised because these guys have a lot of experience right now this year on Haven. Expecting maybe some chamber play to come on out from Full Sense, though, especially with D, who can't play that. But Action PH in the meantime, there's something's tried and tested already by their style, and they will have potentially that Sky Jet combo. When Eman sends the birds out, it will be Georgie pushing on in. I think, though, the only difference right now might be on the Sentinel role because Modsky is no longer there for Action PH. We got Batman instead, who plays a meaner Killjoy than his Cypher. But we'll find out as we have the Agent Select ready for you guys in our first map. Haven, the place to be, with the 3 sites now to scatter on the round, except some high octane action so far. And look at PTC, though, especially. What will he bring out here? Is it the breach? Is it the sky? Seems like the skies are out instead here, Ilu.
Yeah, and we're seeing, I thought we were going to see the Viper for a second hovering over it for a minute, but not going to be the case here. Double initiator on both sides, like you mentioned. The only difference really being the Sentinel and the controller. Aryu's going to be on that Omen. This is something that we haven't seen in the local, in our local runs here for Action PH. This is a recent adjustment that they've made. Previously, they would be sticking onto that Astra. So I'm looking to see whether this whether this agent will be working out for them. Sure, it gives them a lot more, I'd say, ability to go for those attacks, to have maybe a lurking player in the form of RU, and he can win those duels. That just might be the key difference here, to be that player who is on the sidelines, to be cutting off rotations, to be going for those lurk plays. RU might actually be the determining factor here, and especially after looking at his form in the local runs, he actually has been time and time again one of the top performing players. A lot of the games boiled down to RU getting those clutches or not.
Yeah, around 20% clutch factor. We saw it also in their series yesterday there on that Breeze map. But when I look at the Action PH roster right now, this is absolute comfort. I was talking about having a Batman now rather than Modsky, and lo and behold, he is renowned to be more of a Killjoy player, and he will still stick to it here in the first place. The Omen solo smokes right now, a blast from the past from RU. I remember back then, even way back in the Walker days. That is the one agent he would run. He would be so comfortable with. So Action PH going back to their roots, especially in this newer patch. And this begs the question, can Full Sense handle perhaps the setup here from Action PH? We're going to be getting some very, very comfortable styles from them. You have, of course, the dynamic punch of the jet in the sky. And if you've ever watched an Action PH game, these guys are going to hit these sites as hard as possible. A site, C site, they will just dash on in. So can the Astra on solo controller duty be able to handle it? Or we're going to find out as we get into our first series here. First map is Haven, Full Sense versus Action PH. And absolute eliminations. Winners here will move on to the group stage. Losers will at least end their road and will stay home. But Delshado, it's time for us to get into the action. And speaking of action, it's APH on the attack.
Yep. One of the things that Action PH really were known for were how good were their executes, especially on maps like Haven. So I'm quite relieved to see that they'll get the opportunity to play it here. Oh, this is a little bit interesting though. They will be going straight up for the B hit immediately. Not going to be sending that jet to dash in, but instead it's the Sky to be planting it. Quick flank from John Olsen. Can't hit any shots, but it's T who's able to do it. Good backup from a Batman though to cover the flank. And it's going to be Georgie to pick up the pieces. He gets one here. Still a 2v4.
So quick already into the action. And Action PH just went out of the gate strong. And Georgie's there to go for the takedown. Landing Stack falls. Aryu will get a kill as well. And that's APH. For the first round, we always talk about Action PH and initial momentum. And the first step is to win that pistol. Fun fact though, last time these guys faced off in another community tournament, the map pool actually has it right now. Haven was played, Ascent was played. We're going to be getting it in this best of 3. But this is just standard stuff here from APH. It's a quick key check, trying to see how awake Full Sense is at the start. And so far, Action PH is the one caffeinated and ready to go.
Yeah, great point there, Dax, because, you know, I look at those first shots from John Olsen and I'm like, okay, Action PH might have a chance here. If John Olsen, I know it's the pistol, but if John Olsen is starting this cold, okay, well, maybe T's gonna make up for it, because that shot was an absolute ripper. He's able to get away. It's a triple stack here towards that C side, playing close in the smoke. Aryu is able to dispatch of Chalala, and he's easily gonna follow it up as T is able to get found. Quick trade off from PTC as he gets one with a classic, taken out by a Batman. 2v3 onto that side itself. As C side looking like it's pretty much ripe and ready. It's a semi-force buy. That just did not pay off here for Full Sense. John Olsen left with a Marshall. He might want to save this. But he does get a nice little headshot on Sarah Deathio. Still 2 more to find in the double swing. Tailwind out. Still a couple of players and a little bit of time left to work with. They're going to smoke him off just to make sure the double peek from both angles. Not going to get one.
Well played there by Action PH. A little dicey though, because Full Sense took advantage of some of the off angles. No one looking at the platform there. PTC getting a kill. But beyond that, the flush out was real. There are 2 instances where Action PH just uses a single utility, and that was that for some cheeky angles here for Full Sense. First one there, Nano Swarm to force Chalalala closer. A Batman really liking to check those corners with those little grenades on the attacking side. And as you mentioned, the smoke, you can't be peeking both of these sides. You're not going to have that intel. And in a 2 versus 1 scenario, with only the Marshall, Full Sense can't handle that. But it's 2-0, and we're getting the wake-up call from Full Sense a little bit. He's the headshots. John Olsen with the headshot there as well. But the guns are out, and now, let's see if Full Sense can stop Action PH before they really get things going.
The bonus round virtually non-existent here. Especially after that worthwhile Marshall kill. They managed to get it down to a 2v, I'd say 1 at the very end of that round. So very, very good eco round from Full Sense. That could be what it takes to wake them up and get them a little bit of that caffeinated buzz in the morning. So quick flash coming in through. And you're gonna try to make a little of their presence known here towards mid. Nothing too crazy, as they just want to stave off any early pushes from the CT side. They will be going back a little bit here towards Garage, where it will be a double up on the defensive setup. Could be a flash in, but it's looking like they just want to get that spike planted down towards B. It's a very reasonable choice here, but they haven't really covered Lammy Snacks. Emman, rather, as Lammy Snacks gets him down. It's a quick trade-off, but Aryu is able to get 1, but only 1 so far. Cyrudethio follows suit shortly thereafter. Full Sense take the first round. Fairly a clean affair here towards the B side.
No surprise though with the call from Action PH. Scrappiest site on Haven. You go for that B site. You're asking rather for a brawl. And the action, it was just kicked off by that spike being fake. Eman trying to surprise one with the frenzy. APH looking to crawl their way on the inside, but Full Sense stayed away from those more lethal angles. They double on up into the other entranceways that were close to the middle. And like you said, that the garage, there's just no entry whatsoever for the side of APH. And Full Sense takes advantage of that fact. But here we go. Rifles are out for Action PH, and this is now the heat checks into play. PTC beating George Lee soundly towards this A site. And that's a good start here for Full Sense, because without that Georgie factor, it's not going to be as high octane as Action PH wants.
Absolutely. That early peak there from Long, and they're going to double up on the aggression. John Olsen, so you talk about heat checks. Well, he's certainly warming up as he gets another kill here towards that A-long area. Action PH completely failing to address the presence, but managing to snuff out that one player. Not for very long, because the trade is immediate. Even through the smoke, they managed to find Ryu, but a Batman on the lurk. Actually, not on the lurk, rather, with his teammate towards that B side. Just a little bit of a split push here, and once again, they go for B. Very difficult site to hold, but especially after Eman goes down like that. John Olsen now warming up after that pistol, certainly making up for it.
You know, the factor is, this is where the brawls really count. You saw John Olsen popping off, you saw PTC with that first frag, and many of these rounds are going to be defined by that first fight. Georgie versus John Olsen, PTC versus Eman. And if the winds just keep blowing in one of these two teams' directions, then they're going to have that utter momentum. Just because they were willing to scrap, they're able to get that win. And for Full Sense, they're one of the teams that can keep parity with Action PH. When you look at the history of Action PH games, many a squad, they try to bring the tactics, but they get overrun. They see the scoreline just running away from them. But Full Sense, they also want to play those high-risk, high-reward scenarios. They want to play at high octane. And this game, expect more for the headshot counts, expect more from, well, the hero plays, and expect more from both Full Sense and Action PH.
Yeah, absolutely. And hero plays, it's certainly somehow a trademark to these teams here. Georgie making a good example of it in just that one shot. The Sheriff in hand, now creeping up towards that garage area. And also will dispatch of Eman here, as now brought to a 4v5. Georgie does have a rifle. He upgraded to it with that nice little kill towards that C site. They do have a lot more to find. Shock Dart does land nicely onto Georgie, brought down to 11 HP. PTC might be able to heal him up, especially considering they're not too far away from each other. In fact, he will... Oh, no, sorry, not... I was thinking of Eman. Eman was dead, pardon me. Now, 4v4, excuse me, as they work their way towards that C site. They have two players coming in from the flank on towards C long, and two from garage. No one coming from spawn here, and that's going to be the angle that they want the most, as Georgie gets another one, but that's all he gets for now. So 1v2, that's all he finds. Chalalala closes out that round. It is a 3-1 round advantage now for Full Sense. They clean up the gun round yet again. Action PH looking a little bit stumped here.
Love how Full Sense even took all the angles there. They made sure they come from all three entranceways to that C site. The biggest factor here, who has 7 kills? His name is John Olsen. He is absolutely on fire as soon as he gives me the gun. Good chance though, created by Georgie. Overall, again, broken record. Look at John Olsen. This is the John Olsen that brought Full Sense all the way to champions. This is John Olsen that we expect to show on up. And really, the lower bracket runs for Full Sense, it just unlocks something else in them. And I think that's one of the most interesting factors between these two teams. For Action PH, they kind of do get a little stumped, a little, lack for a better term, tilted when they lose out the series within the week. Full Sense, in the meantime, they lose, they get even more inspired.
Mid-push.
And it's that kind of recovery. But push is real, and Full Sense, they're going for the backstab here, Lou.
Yeah, this backstab is going to be almost immediate. John Olsen will be on the back of it on top of the Seekers. And what a drive-by that we just saw here. Sidordetia with a nice double entry, though. They do have to care for their back. It's a dash out from Georgie. Doesn't want any part of that 2v1. Instead, he does decide to back off, waiting for Ryu to cover his back from that long angle. Doesn't get into it because John Olsen with a nice double picks up the Blade Storm. Will be calling for that heal from his teammate. Now suddenly off the back of John Olsen finding a nice double. It's at 1v3. It's just so scary to watch Full Sense when they're like this. They're just hitting everything. Deathio with a third, looking for 4. Can't get it, runs out of bullets, and PTC takes him down for the 4th round in a row. Full Sense take it yet again. And Dax, I was saying like round number 2, oh no, John Olsen missing his shots. This could be a game for Action PH. Well, couldn't be more wrong.
You called it out, and he woke on up. You can dread it, you can run from it, but John Olsen will chase you and kill you. And you can see how forced Action PH was in the action. They went for the push because they got the kills, but as soon as their back was exposed, they pushed even deeper. And that was when the punish came. PTC with final kill even, but John Olsen is looking nigh unstoppable. And now he's gonna change things up. Operator is out, expecting Action PH to try and go for another, let's say, full rush, because they don't have that kind of guns. Also, Georgie here with the blades. If John Olsen can play that, keep on away, it will be helpful. But B-side really, the call to action here for APH. They want to go at it yet again and keep things closer than ever.
It's reasonable. It's a reasonable idea to go for B-side, especially when the angles are so quite close to each other. You have the Blade Storm, but it hasn't really worked out. The previous time they did it. It worked out in the pistol though, but so far it's one of the only rounds that they have successfully managed to find convincingly. Now, we still are in a 5v5. They have managed to make the defense second guess themselves a little bit, but look at how much control they have on A long because of John Olsen and that operator. They don't even have to commit so many players to it. They can just leave John Olsen there all on his lonesome, have PTC play close by fairly for a quick rotate should they need it. Well, now they are... Oh, you cut out there for a second. I'm not so sure. Are you back?
30 seconds left. Yeah, there we go. In the middle though, and we're back into the action immediately. As RU now planting it down. PTC over to the link. Lammy Snack though making the Hottest Fury count. Georgie missing the blades. Full sense. They just cleaned up nicely. No chances whatsoever here for Action PH. Batman trying to at least find the frag. The spike isn't even down. He will be ambitious, but he will be very dead. And that was as clean as possible for Full Sense. They really just set it up to knock things down.
Wow, just Full Sense playing so much cleaner and cleaner. This is the point where Action PH could consider a timeout, because I really do believe they have been pretty much stumped on their offense, how to deal with it. They're reverting back to B. Yeah, exactly. Lo and behold, timeout right now from Action PH, as they have not figured out a way to deal with John Olsen. Because let's be real, man. John Olsen is winning every single duel. He's 10-3. We're 8 rounds in. This does not bode well for Action PH. And Eman, who is one of the best players on Action PH, he still has yet to get a kill.
Oh yeah, this happens sometimes. For Eman, he needs to get at least one round that he knows that he's won for the team to get himself out of this rut, basically. And Action PH, the struggles do happen when they're getting overpowered by the opposition. And we've seen that time and time again in inter-regional competition where APH can get stumped by either the super tactics or the super firepower. John Olsen is looking unmatched. We love to say it sometimes. There are fights where John Olsen just gets away with it because of his prowess. He's able to get those multi-kills. And the fact of the matter is, Full Sense now imposing so much different levels of control here with the range advantage with the operator, with them setting things up towards that B side if ever. Action PH, still no answers. We're looking forward though. So maybe what Georgie can do, someone needs to stop John Olsen, and really the Jet on the other side has to be that answer.
Well, we'll see if they can actually find a way to stop John Olsen at the moment. Good entry from Georgie. John Olsen trades it up. Duelist versus Duelist Jet. Here, now repositioning towards the back of the site. Big miss from John Olsen. They're brought down to 70 HP. Dash in. And Georgie is able to get that kill. Lammy Snaps responds. But it's Georgie with a triple kill already. Tailwind out. Now the flank is coming into play as T finds a Batman. Spike has been dropped quite a ways away. So this could be a very dangerous run. Despite the fact that Georgie gets a nice triple kill. They're gonna have that information. Great from the shadows just to get that information. He uses it on the spike and then teleports all the way back to site. He's gonna get that plan. Well done. Well played from Aryu as he goes up on top.
Yeah, not just information, just a quick pickup there. Seems like though the courier service now has to deal with the action there. But Georgie finds PTC anyway, and it's Action PH now fragging on out T versus the world though in a 1v2 tour de force. Try and keep an eye out. The dark cover is set on up. And no, that's a double peek there. Are you? Why'd you get the kill? Are you? Give it to Georgie.
Come on, man. Give it to the guy. And well, he picks up the operator, so maybe I don't know. But John Olsen, though, I do have to point out, off the back of that one miss that he did, Georgie was able to get almost an ace. Virtually, I don't consider it an ace. Are you stole that? Okay, that was his ace. So comes down to the wire with this. John Olsen, despite being 11-4 right now, Georgie shot up the scoreboard right here, picking up 4 kills in that last round. He was right behind RU. Now he's sort of towards the top, not by much though, as an aggressive operator yet again. Ooh, up battle here. Georgie, will he be ready for it? And yes, he will. He's gonna take that kill up against John Olsen. Attempted to trade it, but the Batman was willing to take the damage for his teammates. They do have a heal available in Eman, so he might be able to get that nice tag. And the swing out does come through. Zero Deathio cannot be punished because PTC gets 2 before he drops.
3 now. And the Guiding Light even fending off D there as he tried to go for the push. So Action PH all concentrated together. But you can see what this battle is all about. Any margin of error the other side can take advantage of. We called for Georgie to step on up. He has done so far. The past round, maybe here in the second. But Lammy Snacks trying to make the flank happen for the window. And Chalalala takes advantage of the distraction. 2 kills now for the Astra. All left here to Emmondo. See if he can try and make it work from the corner. Not gonna happen. As Lammy Snacks will find him and take him down. And as soon as Full Sense lost out in the arm wrestling match of the previous round, they take it back, but this is really where it all started. PTC getting those 2, giving more confidence for Full Sense to push them forward. They felt like that Action PH would stay on the round. They felt like that this garden was exactly where the PH squadron was stuck on, and they played it so well to make sure that it felt so claustrophobic there in the end.
Yeah, there was just nowhere they could go. The push came from mid almost immediately after the information was given. This is what's really good about Full Sense a lot of the time. They will play aggression on that defensive side if you give them any hint of information. This can be punished sometimes. A lot of that came from a team like Onyx who played against them, who threw that aggression straight back into their face. This time, however, it's a completely different story. As Action PH, they basically seize up and look like deer in the headlights, getting caught off by that push towards mid. Chalalala. Great push there. But now they work their way once more towards B, just show a little bit of presence, keep the defense guessing as they commit 2 bodies on that defense on the B side.
Yeah, break the trademark, but D not exposing his position as of yet. Position now towards that A site. Cluster by here. Only pistols and a Hero Spectre, honestly, for Action PH. So they're gonna go for that heavy stack. Rush towards that A long. And here comes APH now. Looking to kick things off. Dash on in from Georgie, but PTC sees the jump of Zerodetto. And a quick tap there to get the takedown. Lammy Snacks on the board as well. 2 for 1, make that 3 for 1 as Lammy Snacks will get even more takedowns. Eman seen on the other side of the smoke.
30 seconds left.
And with the Batman the only one left, this is just as clinical as it gets from Full Sense. It's 7-3 now. And really, APH getting a taste of their own medicine many a time. APH loves to do this against other teams. It's Full Sense who's teaching them this lesson this time.
It can be so immensely frustrating to basically be given a taste of your own medicine, the same exact way that you kind of play, but better. Like, there's just no way to respond to that because you're throwing everything in your playbook and then being hit by a brick wall. Certainly, frustration will start to eke into the minds and hearts of Action PH. They'll be able to keep things different this round. It's going to be a full gun round this time. 5 rifles from the side of Action PH. Dash in on ahead. T is able to snuff out Georgie. Quick teleport out as John Olsen finds one. And again, it's this persistence towards that B site that is really been the bane of Action PH's existence here. They keep trying for it because that's where they find the least resistance for Full Sense. But Full Sense, they willingly give B up because they're able to get a pick off, because they're able to just retake it simply. Action PH are just not doing well with the map economics of this game.
Yeah, they're lulled by it. And you see that from T. He held off in the round prior to this. just to give them more of that false sense of security. And as soon as APH committed, especially with the guns, that's when the Chamber unleashed his location. So here we go again, B site one more time. Well, let's try it yet again, but it's like banging your head on a wall. Will you finally beat it? Here, Sir Deathdew, putting that spike down. APH desperately needs a hero for now. Lockdown, though, should get maybe a single detain. Yes, that will be on John Olsen to stall him out, but PTC will take advantage of that misinformation. A Batman goes down. Jalalala looking for another target, but Sir Deathdew is there to get that takedown. On site now for full sense, but the pinch is real, and John Olsen with a backstab there. So Deathdew trying to fight on back. Right here for Sir Deathdew. 1v1. D versus the Sova. Spray is there halfway now, and the shots come from Zero Deathdew to clutch it out for Action PH. A very esports clutch moment for APH, and this is why Sir Deathdew has been the X factor of Action so far.
Oh, a little moment of celebration, a little moment of respite, but still not too much to celebrate about, and not too much to celebrate with, as the money on the side of Action PH basically in the gutter. I'm sure they have picked up an operator. They will need it, considering they don't have everything they need. Half armor on a couple of players and a bulldog onto RU. It's not the ideal buy, not by any stretch of the imagination. Meanwhile, Full Sense, they brought it out. They've got the double operator. Now they know that they can win against it, but John Olsen will take down Georgie, as Georgie was trying to punish John Olsen's aggression towards that A, which he has shown time and time again. That's not an easy 1v1 with the operator, as that's T gonna get another pick off, and the double operator for the side of Full Sense has already paid dividends.
You know, the Renaissance started back in Florence, and will we get a re-renaissance of the double operator starting from Thailand? Well, Full Sense is making a case for it so far. And Eman here pushing into the window, but you can see how oppressive the Full Sense sightlines can be. Guiding Light right now blinds himself so he can't peek it. But he does know there are players on the other side. Spike now should be planted towards C site. The pinch is coming here from Full Sense. And not only that, the pressure is there. Sphere right now, playing the searching game, but RU wisely stepping on top of the crate instead. Giving time right now for APH to reposition. Full Sense though. It's John Olsen and PTC in behind the Milu, and this is looking scary for APH. Are you fighting? Wins the first one. D finding the kill on Sir Deathdew though, and now here we have it again. APH stuck by the default, and John Olsen is coming.
They do this almost every round of the defense. That PTC John Olsen combination that they have going, wherever they can, they will push. And that's the beauty about the reactivity that Full Sense bring to the table. You know, the moment they have information, I said this a couple of rounds ago, the moment they have any kind of information on where the offense is, they will push the other side. You know, that's what they said. They saw players towards Garage, towards C, immediately sent over players from A to push on over to the flank. So I would like, well, it's too late now because the round is done and it's halftime over. But I would have really liked to see just a little bit better control over the flanks here. I mean, there is the reason that you do have a Batman. He is watching the flank, but he has been caught off time and time again, simply because it's not just one person going for a flank. It's a combination of PTC and John Olsen that have time and time again caught off that player who is supposed to be watching their back, who is supposed to be that rear guard. But the rear guard, the moment he gets taken out of the equation, what happens is very perfect example of the last round where they get stuck on the middle of site, so they have to make an awkward push towards spawn. They have to make awkward pushes because they don't have any map control elsewhere. So it's all about the economics that Full Sense, they just have a better grasp on taking map control that Action PH are giving away for free.
And to summarize that, it just is suffocating. That's the one word to explain that defense. Full Sense has taken all of the angles, and the way that they've been playing, the way that they've been able to win out the duels, it doesn't bring out the confidence of Action PH to push on forward. When you see APH get the run, they love to go towards where the opponent is set up on. The links for A and C sites, the back of site there for B, contesting that as much as possible. But as soon as we saw, well, the wraparound gameplay from Full Sense, Action PH felt like they just had to go for the last stand on the site themselves. And we've seen this from Full Sense before on Vine. It's something that they love to do. And here on Haven, it gets even scarier. And you mentioned it, for a Batman, he needs to find ways to hold it off a little bit more. Now, he will be basically the ones anchoring these sites. And for that kind of sentinel play, he needs to put more of an impact, because Full Sense, if they can get on through any of these angles, it doesn't even need to be where the Killjoy is stationed. Expect Full Sense to play that flank and to play that pinch as much as possible.
They're A little bit of a moment to rest, a little bit of a moment to think and regroup themselves for Action PH. After we finish the halftime break, 90 seconds is all they get. But still, Action PH, they could do a little bit better on the defensive side. Again, taste of their own medicine. Pistol round B hit, just like what we saw in the first half. Let's see if Action PH can hold it off. This is one of their classic strats. Might just go the other way this time as the members of Full Sense now grouping up, waiting for that recon to start the play. It does. Eman gets to hold on to one, runs out of bullets, but Miami Snaps is able to pick that kill up onto him. Now it's a 4v4 here. Steve is able to get that pick up onto RU, and they're just gonna barrel down. This is what I like. They push towards C-Link. They take C-Side. They don't just stay towards that B. Miami Snaps is left all on his own. A Batman jumping right click does the trick. And now it's a 3v2.
Just less stubbornness here from Full Sense. They opened things up on the Western Quadrant and they went for that C side. Now APH is forced to play the retake, and where did PTC even come from? Towards that B side, found the quick tap onto a Batman. And again, whether it's the attack or the defense, you can feel already there's a bag on your face. It's absolutely suffocating. And Sir Detyo, you're blinded now. You don't even know where the opposition is. PTC again, one more sneaky kill perhaps. He does go for the push, but no. Cha-la-la-la will stop Sir Detyo in his tracks. Full Sense again with another round, and even on the attacking side, you can see the superiority on the map control here for Full Sense.
Yeah, just Full Sense looks that much better, that much more reactive, that much more flexible. Whenever they see something mid-round, they're able to adjust and change the face of their team and what they want to do. Their approaches are just that much cleaner. Meanwhile, Action PH, we said this earlier on, they can get stuck like a deer in headlights sometimes come the middle of the round and they don't know what to do. Meanwhile, Full Sense, their shot calling, their mid-round shot calling has just been phenomenal. And that backed up by the fact that John Olsen is hitting everything. They're looking to be a nigh unstoppable team in this current stage.
And this is where we can talk about where the experience really settles in. The experience in VCT, the history as a squad. When we look at these two teams, as John Olsen flicks and kills RU, really Full Sense is the one with that resume behind them.
Okay, well,
John Olsen just styles, and this is just the point here. I feel like Action PH in the future, in the next stage at all, maybe into next year, they can be as refined as Full Sense.
No way.
They just dropped it there. They
want to give... come on, John Olsen, please.
This is smart. So they will basically guarantee the Blade Storm now.
In the next
fully
round.
Expect John Olsen to rush in, either to die or to get that kill. Okay, never mind. Let me snap kills him. Okay.
Still, he's one away, and it's like the
He's
round
one
after
away.
the pistol round.
Yes.
It's kind of insane, actually.
It's crazy how they think about these things, and it's just my point. Full Sense right now
20 and
showing
7.
how experienced they are, how much they work together as a squad, the R&D, as the panel loves to mention, and of course the veteran prowess of this team to play in the highest echelons of the APAC scene. This is a prime example of it, not just in the round, but just in the game in general.
I don't want to say it, obviously, because Action PH is a local team for us, a homegrown team that we have become proud of. But Full Sense is, sorry, John Olsen in particular is, at this point, toying, looking like he's smurfing at this point in the game. And I know it's not really the best thing to say, but just the difference. You can see the difference in skill at the moment, mechanically speaking, and tactically speaking. I think on all fronts, John Olsen is just above and beyond, and the rest of Full Sense as well. Action PH, I do think that they know what they have to do. I think they know their outs. But as to whether they're capable of doing that, the execution falls short, especially on those mid-round calls where Full Sense shows that they are just that much more adaptable on. Now they work their way towards B. And this is the thing. Normally you expect the B side to commit. Full Sense will take B side and then completely back away from it or go somewhere else entirely. The spike finally makes its way towards B. You normally rush the site, but instead, they're slowly creeping up to it. They're gonna plant it after they get full control. Now they're gonna see that he actually teleports out of this one, and then Action PH don't get a single kill. Oh, maybe one or two from RU, who makes things interesting for a second longer. This is a full buy round for them, however, so it's already made quite expensive. Tap away at the spike. Not really gonna commit onto it. T coming from the flank. Should be able to see the shoulder. He misses the shot. He sprints to the other side. Blaze Storm from John Olsen like he said he would. Updraft in and the right click gets it. As RU goes down and they're left rocked once more. The bonus round is taken by Full Sands, getting them to 11.
The Chekhov's gun that is John Olsen's blades. It was coming. It was inevitable.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. This has been the inevitability of John Olsen going for those takedowns, killing out the opposition. But really, what it feels like right now, Full Sense is the Jedi Master. Action PH is the Jedi Padawan. This is an immediate learning lesson. This series will be looked at by APH in the future, regardless of the result, whether they win or lose it, because they can see in them that this is what they can aspire to be, how quick Full Sense makes these kind of calls. Emma does get the kill on the PTC, but Full Sense never overinvest. They still have all these backup options. They vibe for that map control, going for the takedowns, and APH now, they are desperately looking for kills. Tito with a punish onto Georgie. Second one onto RU. There you go. John Olsen, just unbeatable right now. 3v2 as we go for that C-side. Good kills here from Action PH. But beyond that, it's still Full Sense going at the usual ways here. And a bad scene and caught out by John Olsen.
Oh, that's, I'd say pretty much the round here. And sure, Zero Deathio, he's had a great round earlier on. He picks up a Vandal. But Dax, at this point in the game, it's looking like it could be too little too late. Even if he does clutch this, which I really doubt, they're going to be at 12-4 after this one. That's a very steep hill to climb. He's going to get one, sure. He brings it to a 1v2, interestingly enough. And they're just going to double up and play this smart instead here. They do have the stars ready and available. Gravity Well does come out, but I don't think there's enough time. No, not at all. Yeah, they're just going to bait him out into the open here.
Oh, and John Olsen hopping on Rad. Come on, John Olsen. One more kill. Look at that. Look at that. He just wins.
It. And he survives. Oh my god.
He's just winning right now. If you look at the dictionary.
25-7, by the way.
Yeah, you look at the dictionary. You look for the word winner. It's just a picture of John Olsen. God, there's no beating him. And for Action PH, they just can't find that kind of momentum. When you see one of those clutch rounds, we remember Sir Deptio winning out for the team. Usually that's when we say, oh, this is where it starts for Action PH. The 1 becomes the 2, becomes the 6, becomes the 8. But no, Full Sense has stopped them every single time, stifled for their momentum, preventing them from getting any kind of confidence on. And an APH roster that doesn't have that kind of confidence, the confidence that brought them all the way here to the APAC scene. It's more of a whimper instead, but a Batman at least now shutting down the biggest threat of them all. The raid boss has been defeated for now. John Olsen is slain.
Here.
Even if they do get the raid boss, John Olsen, yeah, you still gotta deal with PTC. T has been hitting some ridiculous shots as well, so we want to keep track of him. 4v5 now as a spike. Well, okay, Georgie does manage to find PT, so that's the second big boss on the side of Full Sense. It's removed. 3v5. Now, if Full Sense somehow managed to win this round, I'm just going to be in awe right now. Okay, they managed to get that pick of Eman. I'm not so sure why Eman would peek that all on his lonesome. It was a 3v5 after all. Now brought to a 3v4. That kill was basically given for free. Shock Dart in the God spot. Shalalala will find Zero Deathio, and this is pretty much a 3v3 possible for either squad. They're waiting for the right time. The entry of Batman follows up on that kill onto T. Shalalala gets one. Batman on 3. Could he get a 4th? Not gonna be. It's RU to do it. And Action PH, they will hang on for a fraction longer.
Yeah, I thought we were supposed to start a cult already by this point of Full Sense. If they could have clutched it out at Action PH. That was a good call there by George and the rest. He dashed on in, got all the attention, and as soon as that happens, a Batman can confirm that he's there by the graffiti and preventing the chamber from getting the hell out of there in the first place. So there's still these mid-round calls that you can expect from Action PH. They have that kind of decision-making. They have that experience, especially with RU right now. And funny enough, look at who's at the very top. RU, a Batman, Sir Deathio, all with 11 kills. The usual suspects, the dynamic duo here from APH. A little faltering so far, especially Eman, unfortunately. And they need him to step up if they want to mount this comeback here. Because one mistake can be absolutely decisive. And Full Sense can use that to push onto the site if they choose to.
Flash comes in towards long. And it's going to be enough to force back Zero Deathio just for a second longer. Allows them a little bit more control towards that area. And this is the map control we didn't see from Action PH earlier on. Just how easily they got a main in this one round. We never really saw that, but here comes the risk. Hunter's Fury so earlier on, and it so close to actually getting that kill. Definitely was putting Zero Deathio on his toes for a minute there.
Full sense here now. Investing though in the options. He lurking here by the B side, sets up the rendezvous, pushes on forward, and oh, that was so close from T to escape, but the Batman, the turrets, and the Killjoy. That's a tag team that he loves to run. And this now is the first
30
pick here
seconds left.
for APH. Full sense though. They can try yet again. They feel like they can actually push this now because the turret is gone. But an swarm is prime. BTC isolated and well played yet again by the anchor of B side. Shockberto flies on by. Paranoid connects, but Lammy Snacks close enough to get that sightline and that takedown. John Olsen finds another one. Lammy Snacks, where have you come from? And Lammy Snacks is the hero here for Full Sense. It's 30-5. And yet again, the heroics will define this game, this series. Full Sense though in the end with that victory.
Well, we certainly have to take a closer look at that because where did Lammy Snacks even come from that he was just mowing them down for free? He can't even believe it. He's like, did I just do that? And yeah,
I just win?
Yeah, he just pulled out a 4K in the middle of a smoke, I think.
He pushed it, and he got hit by the paranoia too. And he was like, okay, I'm blinded anyway. I'm gonna push. I'm gonna get first contact so I can try to see them. And then he's like, oh, I did it. I won. So, Full Sense just wins. That's really just it. Ilu.
Yeah, there's not really much we can break down from there, except they just did what, Full Sense just did what Action PH wanted to do, but better. A lot of it came down to also John Olsen being an absolute beast. He's 26 kills, and we only really had 18 rounds in the game, and he somehow manages to bag 26 kills. So, yeah, this is a John Olsen game and a non-starter for Action PH. That's just it. The tail of the tape, all wrapped up nicely in a bow for you guys at home.
They're grasping at it. They're trying to catch up here for APH. And if you look at last round, that was already so decisive from a Batman. You get that first kill, then you get the isolation onto the initial entry. Then the paranoia was there. Everything was set up for APH for a victory to stay on alive. But Full Sense just pulls it out of the bag. And really, that's the tail of the tape between these two teams. Who can pull whatever they can out of these bags, out of these clutches, and out of these amazing ways to win. Full Sense, though, impressing yet again with the scrappiness. And the lower bracket really is the magic for them. It's been convincing so far here, Ilu versus Big Bam, and in this first map. And if Action PH cannot play in parity, it's not even them rethinking for something else. It's not them trying to adjust. It just has to be them keeping up with Full Sense if they want to contend.
Keeping up with Full Sense is, that's not the easiest of tasks, but it's certainly what they have to do. Prove time and time again that there are very few teams who can do that. Full Sense is just, still on another level here. Again, we go back to the game up against Onyx. And really I feel like one of the very few teams in this play-ins, not just in this play-ins, but in this entire tournament who can't keep up with Full Sense are certainly them. And we go closer and closer to the group stage. Man, there's so many games that I'm excited for when we get to the group stage itself as well. It's going to be one hell of a tournament. And Full Sense, we know what they're capable of now. But how are Full Sense going to deal with the other teams coming into the picture? How are they going to deal with Boom Esports, who's looking like the big bad boss at the moment? How are we going to deal with all the others who are just waiting in the wings to take a shot at Onyx or Full Sense? It's going to be completely unpredictable.
This is the play-ins already showing us the pedigree of APAC. Well, this is one of the stars that you can put forward. John Olsen is his name. But look at this. Lammy Snacks caught them while they were preparing. That's really just it. The extra endeavor there to push on forward, risking for the biscuit, saying, might as well since we got the push anyway. And we had the rounds to give there. Full Sense with an incredible victory in the most Full Sense fashion. But guys, we're going to be going on the break. And when we return, it's game number 2. That's here with Estrada. We'll get more back in the play-ins in just a bit.
Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. Lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend.
Full Sense not only crushing Action PH, but also grinding them into a fine paste into map number 1. And map number 2 might be a little bit more of the same as we get into it. Split is a map that both these teams are no strangers to. We'll be getting into the action. Lustrado and your caster Dax here. We're going to be delivering you the action as we get into map number 2. Dax, we talked about it over the break a little bit, you and I. We're kind of expecting a little bit of the same thing. We know both of these teams love Split, but just above and beyond is what Full Sense look right now.
Yeah, it's a checklist of success here for Full Sense right now. They are able to get the outmaneuver as a team. You have John Olsen popping off, and that's pretty much the best tenets that Full Sense can work on. We've seen the struggles when they can't get their front line to get the damage done, to get those takedowns. But when they're high octane like this is the Full Sense experience that we have seen already throughout their career. And let's focus now on Action PH instead, because I really want to talk about what else they can do now to push on forward. They are such a gung-ho team. This is a team that is brimming with talent, brimming with absolute mechanical skill. But it felt like they're in that last map that beyond being out-rotated by the opposition, they lack that confidence that gave them the berth here into the play-ins. We've seen an Action PH squadron just will their way to victory. Moments there from Georgie, moments there from Serodetio, but as a team, it does feel like it's lacking here right now in this matchup.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're firing on all 6 cylinders here. Well, shall I say 5? As a couple of the members of Action PH did have a little bit of a quiet game. Eman, who was basically the bastion for the team yesterday, very much at the bottom of the scoreboard, quite quiet for Action PH. Not the best performance from him. And a couple of members as well not really being up to task. I don't think it's the individual players' complete fault, however, because it really looked like through and through it was just an outplay, an outmaneuver from the side of Full Sense. Now we get into Split, a map that is very much grounded tactically in the game of Valorant. And when it comes to those kind of playstyles, Full Sense, they have it in spades. And meanwhile, Action PH, not looking so much, because we look at how Split is. Just the structure of the map Split. It allows for a lot of easy rotates for the defensive side. And even on the attacking side, you can get quite clever if you have control over ropes and whatever. This is something that should play into the factor for Full Sense even more so than Action PH, who love to go for set executes and just hold those sides.
And just Action PH, if they want to win this, they have to prove themselves, especially on the defending side. Find a way to put a stop to the Full Sense defaults, also those kind of executes, because we still expect here for Full Sense that they're going to be a little bit cheeky now with showing how they've been rotating. If they give up that mid control here for Action PH, Full Sense will be right behind them. And we saw this last time versus Onyx. Full Sense loves to keep vying for that middle as much as possible. It is their gateway to all the angles and opportunities. And it's just because of the structure of the map. If they don't get that mid control, they feel a little bit weaker with the full push. And for Action PH, I really feel like if they don't contest that middle right now, things are going to be very, very wary for them once we get to, well, that side of the equation.
We'll talk about map 3 in a little bit, but we talk about maps just a little bit previously. One thing that I really wish to see for Action PH that might have actually helped them in this case was Fracture. I think for the most part, they're veering away from Fracture because in the local scene, they didn't really find that much success on it. But when you're going up against a Titan like Full Sense, that might be one of your outs here. I was really hoping to see it for them because we saw some success when Georgie was playing on that chamber, when they had a really strong coordinated approach towards both their attack and their defense. This is when the game plan for Action PH looked, I'd say, the most clean, the most disciplined in the maps like Fracture. And that might be one of the places where there might be an oversight in the gameplay of Full Sense. Unfortunately, we're not seeing that here. We're going to Split, which is pretty much one of the most tried and true and tested maps for a team like Full Sense. Historically speaking, you look at the success of Full Sense, they have been quite phenomenal on Split throughout their entire careers.
I mean, to be fair to Action PH, their local results have been perfect all throughout the year. The 3 times that we've seen them recorded to play Split, they've won it, especially if we remember correctly, all the way back in the lower bracket final versus South Build Esports. So they have that kind of confidence, but they need to bring it back out. The double control plus the sky is something that they've been working on time and time again. And when the flash peaks come, when Georgie's there to work alongside Eman, then things can really work out for them. Problem is though, again, new patch, new day, and does the Astra Viper still work in the first place? Because we already seen Action PH here transition to something a little bit different. We saw the Omen there on Haven. Might get another kind of configuration here on Split instead. And looking back to a bit of history of Action PH, perhaps we're going to be getting that Raise by Eman instead back. Wouldn't be surprised though to get a Killjoy in the roster because a Batman is here. So a little bit of the modifications for APH necessary to try and contend versus Full Sense. But guys, let's answer that question already as we check out the Agent Select. And here we go on to Split. It's HPH on the defending side, Full Sense on the attack. First things first, the lock-in is real, and you can already see, well, the Killjoys on one side, the skies are there. And one thing to note is we will have the Lammy Snacks duelist back because this is his pocket pick coming into this map.
There is, speaking of raises, no raise on Eman this time, which is something that we were kind of hoping to maybe see in this one. Might have given them the edge, at least in terms of the entry capability that they're so known to rely on. But this time it's looking like they're going to try to have a composition that's a little bit more slow and steady. They are going to be on the defensive side. Maybe why they elected to go for that Sage. We'll see if it pays off for them, however. But this is game number 2, and if you are just joining us, you're just tuning in, this is game number 2 in the first series of the day for the play-ins of APAC Challengers. Whoever wins this series does qualify into the group stage, as whoever loses, well, unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to. Here we are, finding ourselves on Split. And Dax, I'm just going to say it straight up. Is there any chance that Action PH come away with a victory here?
Yeah, I really feel like they still can fight. They just need to get back into that form. Mid is the defining factor of this game. We I'm fully expecting Action PH to be willing to clash Full Sense there in the middle as much as possible and oppress them from trying to get into the towers, which was the way Onyx won a while back. But as we get into the game, one big change here that Full Sense has brought out is PTC is really back on that Sky. He is now on Sky duty. No more of the breaches for the play-ins. And I'm loving it here for Full Sense that they understand that APAC is a completely different piece. If you're doing something in the world stage, it's a different playstyle. Here in APAC, brawls, especially in SCA. And against a team like Action PH, you need someone like PTC, the caliber of his mechanical prowess, to be able to frag out for himself. But lo and behold, mid is the way. And Full Sense already checking out the corners here and looking to find a way towards perhaps that A site.
Already, Lammy Snacks and Co. John Olsen have already crept up onto ropes. They've given it up for free here. As we saw previously, mid control is something that Full Sense love. How will Action PH respond to this? Will they give it away every single round, like what Onyx did, or will they be able to fight tooth and nail for it? We'll find out here. But A side is the side of choosing for the side of Full Sense now, as the boom bots and the flashes and the utilities start pouring in to help clear out that back side. They're still holding firmly here. Cerodethio trying to work up around here, but he's not going to be able to get anything, and the defense just falls flat completely. It's a perfect entry onto the site, and they're already trying to cut off rotation. They find one, they find two, and M1 finds the response. It might be too little too late. It's 1 against 4, and the flash doesn't even go above.
M1, you're supposed to guide that a little bit further.
A little bit higher there, buddy.
And yeah, just let the bird fly. You know, bye-bye Butterfree, and oh no, he's stuck in the middle and he's dead. No? That's it. Full Sense.
This brought tears to my eyes the moment you said bye-bye Butterfree, and
okay.
thank you for that. Too. Yeah, okay.
That and the episode where it was the SS animate sank, but they traded before the sync. That was like, oh man, it was my one VHS of Pokemon back then. But back to Valorant real quick as we go down memory lane. Yeah, Full Sense, that's what they love to do. They get that mid control, they get the choices, and it's a very quick execute. Not only that, you don't want to play against Full Sense by the ropes. They are going to be prepared for the drop down. Yeah, we've seen the acrobatics last time, right? And, well, this time, here we have a bit more from APH or Defio peeking. Guns are just not into parity. This should be more streamlined here for Full Sense. John Olsen leading the charge, Spectre in hand. And here comes Full Sense now. Second, gets the third, and cleanly towards that B. They go even for the kill over at Fence. And to no surprise, well, it's Full Sense trying to go for the flawless of Batman all the way by spawn. Great shutdown there from a Batman. At least get something out of this round. Planted. But really, overall, Action PH needs to put a stopping force by those towers. And a Batman, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
No, but that doesn't matter. And here's the thing. Full Sense, though, just goes to show you how confident they are up against Action PH. They didn't even buy rifles. They didn't even buy SMGs. They have 2 of their players on pistols. That's how confident they are in winning that anti-eco round. Which means that in the next round, no matter how many players they do lose, they should still have enough to maybe buy Vandals or even rebuy into a very solid bonus round. This could be not even a bonus round because they almost fully saved in the last one.
And they noticed that there was just no stopping force here from the side of Action PH. They're like, okay, we can actually just run on in such a dry fashion, and that's that. And this is where it boils down to perhaps these compositions right now for Action PH. They don't have the raise. And in terms of utilities, the only one with true stopping power here is Batman. The Paranoia can be a bother. The Flash is there as well. And of course, the Sage Slow Orbs, you can add that. But beyond the initial setup of the Killjoy, look at this mid site. It's so open for Full Sense to go for the overrun, and if they can keep winning out the duels anyway, then it's a perfect chance for them to get a third round. But APH now going back to a classic style, wall to get in the way just to slow down the Full Sense assault.
Absolutely. Now let's try to knife that down here and bring that down and shape that into a nice sculpture towards mid.
They're doing it again. All the segments that they're gonna go through, they knife it just a little bit, so they disintegrate at the same time as they spray it. These guys are artistes with ice, apparently.
Renaissance, maybe we'll see the next Angelo from the live here, but with ice sculpture, he's able to get that opening pick onto Eman. This is the buy round for Action PH, let me remind you. The Batman, the lone defender here. He has so much to deal with. He's able to get one, but oh
down
no,
A.
they fall flat once more, and the defense crumbles here towards that A site. Smoke fades away just in time for PTC to get taken down. Zerdatio, will he be able to get it? The smoke has to be replaced. And up in there, it's going to be RU who... Okay, it's all up to RU now as Full Sense are just reading this perfectly. RU actually sneaks onto the side, but they hear his footsteps. He gets out of dodge here. They plant for heaven, I think.
Oh no, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Full Sense convincing. 3-0, winning out. I'd say an extra bonus based on how they've been playing their economy. Look at Chalalala, he is absolutely loaded with the money. And for Full Sense, it's just that one factor that they always stick around towards that A site. The Cypher alert, the waiting game from T, trying to size up the competition from either the main angle or from the ramps into the tower. And it's usually because Full Sense loves to control that mid towards that B site. They put their quantity there, but if they find an opening courtesy of the Cypher, if they get the call that okay, we can actually push towards this high ground towards A, well, it's just another standard Full Sense strategy that Action PH has not found the answer yet to.
And look at their defense. We said it time and time again, man. It's starting to look a little bit lopsided, a little bit flat. They give up mid. They don't. Now they're trying things a little bit different where they aggressively push towards A, but we know that Full Sense, they like to do mid control early first and then sort of decide. I think for Action PH are trying to play their own game a little bit too much and not sort of read it to what Full Sense are doing, because that's what Onyx did fantastically here on Split, is respond to whatever Full Sense is doing now. And look, how is he able to just get that? He just taps him out of nowhere, and RU is just out in the open.
It's pretty basic to John Olsen by this point, but yeah, it's the lack here. I can't completely fault Action PH and their positions right now, because this is what the composition only allows them to do. Compared to when you play that Breach Raise, it's very oppressive, right? But for Full Sense now, they can get up close and personal. Classic even out, and T is there to help Lamy Stacks in the pinch, 4-0. And that's really it. The lack of the right utilities right now versus Full Sense on the Action PH side. This is the composition that they've run over and over again. The only difference really is the Omen. You can see that they just can't hold on to those towers. They cannot hold on to that mid. And for Full Sense, when they get this close, they just win those kind of flashes. There's a lack here for Action PH. And that lack is in the agent setup that they have right now.
Well, they are going to have to change something up, and one of those answers will be to put Georgie on that operator, try to contest that mid. But we know Full Sense, they don't just like to run the same thing over and over again. Now they're going to send us 3-2 split. 3 players towards that A side, a couple lurking here towards mid. They will be able to spot out one, and Georgie does dispatch of T. But that's traded out by John Olsen, who catches off Georgie completely. That's the operator removed right now. So finding another advantage is what Full Sense do up until Eman levels it out and gets down Lamy Snacks. You know, they're trying to work their way towards A. Spike in their hands, in possession. And this is one of the more disciplined rounds from Action PH. Well timed, but John Olsen brings things back. They have a minute to play. And PTC up on site has managed to bring it to a 2v2. And it's these short skirmishes that are really giving Full Sense the advantage. And Eman, they're going to have to try to work their way from heaven, but look at this quick wraparound. PTC already on the flank. Sees one. Knows where the flash is. Brings it out. Flashes again. Fully blind. Easy cleanup for PTC. And one of the best rounds for him, just to be able to flash himself. And we've talked about this time and time again. When he's on that sky, he will flash you to pieces and take those kills for himself.
And he is just so potent at it. He knows the corner so he doesn't get flashed himself. And this is when people in APAC say, you know, Split, why did he say it's defender-sided? It's attacker-sided. It's because of these kind of styles, these kind of compositions.
I think it's Full Sense-sided.
Yeah, it's Full Sense-sided right now from what they're running. But I will give it to Action PH. They have to make an adjustment in their setup right now, and it's either they put that Killjoy to actually hold mid, which is very unorthodox, or that push was actually very effective, gave them that chance. Lapse on judgment, they should expect that E-ramps will always be contested there by Full Sense, and just because of that, that was the opening that Full Sense needed to get to that site. So for now, we are seeing the steps that Action PH is taking to answer back versus Full Sense. But composition-wise, really, the lack is a problem, and Georgie now, there we have the blades, can't catch out B. Spike though, gonna be navigating, and no, Oh, Action PH, don't fall for this because Full Sense are making a train towards B. And here, this is the longest wraparound we're gonna see from them. Fido might get the catch onto Eman. Eman might get the catch onto PTC. Dominoes fall, and it's T who plays it from so far away. Full Sense now looking for that control. Georgie, though, will make it 4v4.
Well, Chalala looking to push even more. Limey Snaps gets one. Chalala finds one more, and that's all he gets. John Olsen will be taken down. Rez comes in. Zero Deathio brings it down to 2v2. Suddenly possible for Action PH squad. This could be the round that they should take. Now PTC once more with the positioning, catches him off yet again. Flash to get information. Not going to be finding anyone. Knows it's fairly safe for now, but John Olsen will connect onto that shot. And it's just these, again, I go back to the calls here, Dax. A lot of presence was shown by Action PH towards B main. They go to A. Suddenly, Full Sense, they know that they're towards A. Initial presence towards B, then they go to A, then they go back to B, and Action PH, they just can't keep up.
And Full Sense is one of the masters of the rotations. These guys can be the marathon men in moving on around. And the thing is, they also anticipate these kind of pushes from Action PH. APH thought they could catch one out from the Ramen side, and then Eman gets backstabbed there by P, and no one is there to keep an eye out for that angle, or Eman himself can't make it in time. It really is just Full Sense showing, again, their extra bit of pedigree, and that's the stark difference here. I feel like skill-wise, the talent-wise, the mechanics, these guys are in parity. But the experience of Full Sense, especially through 2021 versus a newer team as Action PH, you can see it in spades making a big difference. And P is there to catch out Georgie. Someone needs to be here for APH. And Servdet and Aryu are trying to take that mantle. John Olsen, though, with the frag. Aryu again, finally getting on the board this round. Here comes Evan from up top. A backhand will be the one to secure that kill. And it's 2v1 now. Will they finally get the shutdown onto John Olsen here? Lockdown, though, will not get any detains. John Olsen, you're looking at the wrong way, and Eman is there down below to get the takedown. Finally, APH with the round, and in all honesty, it wasn't clean whatsoever. It was very scrappy, but right now, APH, they have to keep going for those kind of rounds because they can't play the defaults as much as they would like in the first place.
The defaults won't work for Action PH because Full Sense are just better at it. They're better at playing the intelligence, the slow play. They're better at playing the tactical game. And exactly, our dear observer, coffee might just be what Action PH needs a little bit more of, because they need to wake up right now. They need to get into gear. I'm just not seeing that. I'm seeing Full Sense read them. And the one round that Action PH won was off the back of a full execute towards that A side, which was in some ways a Hail Mary play.
Oh, the wall! Oh, it slows him down enough. Lammy Snap's gonna get the right shot, and Eman is there for the takedown! APH, here we go. You know, rarely do we just say, here on the broadcast side, the analyst side, you know, just shoot them better, just shoot them, just be willing to fight. But Action PH, time now to throw the playbook away, make those individual decisions, time it perfectly, because it's the only way you're gonna stop Full Sense right now. And lo and behold, Sarah Detio, he had a suicide wish. He got the takedown, he got the wall, and it bought Action PH rather enough time to now set up the way they want to.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there, Dax. Getting a little bit more comfortable, playing a little bit looser might just be what Action PH needs, especially on the defensive side, with a lot of it on reaction. Having said that, though, still a 1v3 to go. As T is able to get himself onto that B site, might be able to get a plant in, fakes it, and that's going to signal the rotation to come in. Nice headshot right there from T. He almost finds the adjustment onto Georgie, but Georgie's better this time. And Dax, going back to the point that you made a little earlier on, to play looser. If I were maybe in the, in a position of one of these players, if I were maybe on the coaching staff, there would be a lot of rounds where I would say, yeah, you can just play looser in a couple of these rounds for Action PH, just to get a little bit more comfortable, because they are feeling stiff, they are a little bit discombobulated, and I think a lot of that stems from them being fairly uncomfortable, not just with themselves, but also playing up against an opponent like Full Sense on Split.
And you have to factor again the Full Sense utilities. The Raze, the Astra, very oppressive. And some of the relatively safer angles that you back off from your initial positions that you usually see on Split, it will be flushed out by things like the Gravity Well, things like the paint shells. And it really becomes such a difficult scenario for APH to try and go for the brawl if it's not an actual 50-50. And instead, with the more aggressive angles, it's just who can actually click that mouse quicker, who can actually fire that shot. And Action PH now, they are throwing caution to the wind. And this operator this close, well, Georgie better line it up well by the door if he gets caught on that PTC though with the Seekers. Oh, did he get the peek? Oh, it's coming at him. He has to expose his position. And here comes Full Sense now, capitalizing and getting that A site.
Seekers came in clutch. It forces Georgie out. Could have gotten a pick, maybe even two, but instead they have the site for free. Retake will have to come in for Action PH. It's a little bit awkward, a little bit topsy-turvy here. Cosmic Divide will come in through. This actually might help Full Sense. Oh, it is theirs, pardon me. It will help them. T will be able to get that pick up onto Georgie. That's the operator remove. And all John Olsen's is going to do John Olsen things and get another double. Eamon in a 1v3. A little bit far removed from the spike. I don't think he's going to be able to come close. John Olsen finds a third. Should be able to pick up the operator as well. Okay, maybe.
Okay, Ilu. You know, it's okay, Ilu. We've had months of Astra only everywhere. Expecting the Cosmic Divide to come from any side. But this is just so well played here by Full Sense. They use the wall to the perfect degree, and rarely do you see that kind of execution here in this straight. It's like, okay, put up the wall, we have the cover, we get the neural theft, now we know that wherever they are on the map, and they just isolate themselves enough to get the frags. Backstab was real also from the screen side there towards A side. Full Sense the one even taking the timeout, and they know that they can win this half in a very convincing manner. They know that if they can just keep on putting APH to the test like this, it's Full Sense who adjusts quicker. Action PH now, they understand that the brawl is more successful, but for Full Sense, they've had the money, they've had the utilities to flush out the more cheeky angles they're expecting APH from. And really, again, you just go back to the experience here of Full Sense. This is a team that went to the global stage. Why are they in the play-ins? It's maybe the format, maybe because they couldn't beat the usual opposition that they have in Cercia. But Full Sense, they want to make it to their group stage, and this is a commanding presence that tells all.
Well, 7-2, that's a lot of presence that Action PH has to contend with. There's quite a disparity in terms of the score. It does reflect what we're seeing. And every single facet of the game is now being covered by Full Sense. We go to the we go to an Eagle once more. As the timeout does expire from the Full Sense side, we'll be playing fairly aggressive here towards that B main as Flammy Snacks does get closer. We'll creep up on through and try to make contact. A Batman will want to play that close angle again. Look at how many players are here holding that B heaven area. They do have three fairly near each other. And this could be a good read from Action PH should Full Sense commit to this. But I imagine that Full Sense, they might just want to get a little bit more information. Once they see that the Killjoy's there, it might send them out. But no, instead, they just want to go straight into it. No hesitation whatsoever. They've already gotten onto site, and they're going to be trying to find their way into it even further as they push more and more onto it. John Alton with another double. Shalalala was able to get another one too. And Serendipio making that long, sad rotation all the way from A, wondering where everybody is.
You know, Boulevard of Broken Dreams as he goes back here at home. Maybe ice cream in hand after the convenience store. It's just one of those
that drops
days.
To the floor as well.
Yeah, and it just melts in front of you, and there you go. All your groceries, the bread's there, the tomato rolls on away, and just sad days.
Someone knocks over your cabbages.
My cabbages.
It's just one of those days, man.
Oh man! And then you end up being the CEO of a cabbage corporation. Okay. Well, okay, the thing is though, Full Sense, they were very confident, one, because of the gun disparity, but two, it's because of that boombot. As soon as they noticed that the boombot actually forced a player of Action PH to relocate because it was a shot down, they're like, okay, they're behind this big pillar, we can actually push on it, and it didn't matter if the Killjoy was there or not. I like the adjustment there from APH though. Maybe a Nanoswarmer too could help out versus that mid-control. They're really trying to scare off this A-side push from Full Sense. Doesn't really matter though for them, because here we go again, back to the usual Full Sense mid-vi.
Well, still, 5v5 is the mid-control once more comes in for Full Sense. They do love their mid-control before they decide to do anything. It has worked out a lot against other teams, only Onyx really finding a way against it. Maybe Full Sense should have taken a couple of plays from that Onyx playbook, how to deal with this mid-control from Full Sense side. As right now, they have taken everything. Look at this, basically given for free, top mid, even ropes. Now they're gathering for a B split here. cutting off the rotation should be fairly a simple ordeal for the members of Full Sense.
The shadows though. Lisu. Check out what's going on. Guiding Light though. Call. And Arya now with Paranoia to defend the full set. But the lineup is real! And PTC didn't notice they weren't in cover as of yet. But here comes John Olsen and Chalalala. We're back to the John Olsen experience. And he gets another one for his troubles. All left now to a Batman. I know it's now showing in cinemas, but he needs to be the hero here to break the boxes of Full Sense. It's a 1v3 though for a Batman, the newest player in the APH roster. He's trying to check out what's gonna happen here. Sees Chalalala, looks for the shots. John Olsen still staying on the rafters. Finally, Batman with the takedown. In behind though, Lammy Snacks is coming. And the pinch again, courtesy of Full Sense. These guys own a Subway because they're making sandwiches out of Action PH, and it's 9-2 now for Full Sense.
Last round before the switch.
The hero that we deserve, but maybe not the one that Action PH needs right now. A Batman coming fairly close to making that clutch within the realm, manifest within the realm of possibility, but just not coming to fruition this time. 9-2. And Action PH are on the defensive side. This could not this couldn't really be going much worse, could it, for Action PH? Certainly, they're not known to be a great defensive side, but with only 2 rounds so far, they might not even have that margin of error should they switch onto the attacking side. The attack on a map which is so defensive-sided like Split, just the chances of Action PH are dwindling away even further. They even find T through the smoke. It's just all crumbling apart, and they want to push the envelope even further. Eman does get a kill there towards mid against Lammy Snacks. Sirodetio does not get flashed out, but still PTC manages to find the kill. Georgie with a shotgun, the judge is going to be picking that kill up onto Chalalala, but the site is completely relinquished. A site open for the taking.
Yeah, you can feel that Action PH is shaken. Expect Sirodetio to get that decisive kill, but PTC given the time to go for the turnaround. And as Action PH did at least vibe for that mid via Bother, the wraparound is there again. What is up with Full Sense in circles? Because here comes PTC through the middle, looking for the pinch. It's just thrust though, that the Full Sense feels like they can still hold. Even there's one trying to go for the rotate. But T now over by main, getting the distraction, and Aryu's the one to challenge him there. But the shots do come, and eventually T will find him. Georgie catches out PTC though on alert. T again, the camera being the Bother, gives him the intel, and look how decisive it is for Full Sense. 2-10, and that is not the scoreline Action PH wants to see more days than one, because they can feel like, you know, it's apt for what's happening to them.
Well, one reason I think that round was so successful for Full Sense, and one of the reasons why they're so successful when they're attacking in general, is that they lead themselves with a lot of outs. Their one, I'd say, big strategy that came into this round is to have that flank coming in from PTC. He did go all the way to mid, all the way through ropes, and sure, he was caught off. He was caught off by Georgie, but at the same time, there still was a number of avenues that they were playing from. T was playing so far away from John Olsen, just playing the camera, just playing the intel for his team, and John Olsen will, swung out at the exact moment. So they had these avenues. They still could have defended from, they couldn't have defended from Heaven, but if John Olsen got a kill towards Spawn, could have pushed up towards Heaven. Their positioning is made so that if they get those kills, they can make more and more map progress and take even more map control. So just this level of intelligence, this level of intricacy that's coming in from the side of Full Sense is very much unlike what we're seeing from Action PH, where it does feel a little bit rudimentary for the most part.
Yeah, just might be owing again to how long Action PH has been a roster. But I think that's the perfect point to just not only define this map here, Ilu, but also the series. It's the amount of outs Full Sense always has. We saw it on Haven, how they push the other sites. Here on Split, the setups, the rotations even, it still works out for them. And when we see APH commit on the other hand, remember that Haven map, they go in on the site, but it feels like they're already hanging on the noose. It's so claustrophobic. They have to shoot their way out of any kind of scenario, and it just doesn't pan out. And really, for Full Sense, that's been the biggest difference for this kind of series. And Split now, defense here for Full Sense, looking very difficult. Action PH, yes, though, is more of an attack-centric kind of roster, but the hopes, it's not as brilliant as you would expect. APH, they need some monster rounds and fast. Eman has at least stepped up a little bit more, but overall the team still on the negative KD, and it's painful here for Action PH. one big hurrah here. The pistol, at least parity is there.
Well, at least they can rely on the fact that they have that parity, like you mentioned. Pistols up to level the playing field, but the numbers for Full Sense will be looking a little bit overwhelming as it's a 3-stack towards A. This is again something that Action Page love to rely on, is that the fact that they can get those entries onto site, but they still have to deal with the fact that John Olsen is just getting all of them with a 4K and mows down all the players stylishly with a ghost, leaving only a Batman lurking in mid. And sure, he gets a 1 kill, but at this point, does it even matter? Does it even mean anything? He's making noise on the ropes. They know exactly where he is. They know where the spike is, and John Olsen is just on another level today.
I mean, yeah, he is, but that really feels like Action Page isn't prepared. I love this.
Oh,
They're knifing
dear.
him.
Oh.
They give the ace. They body block. They body block so John Olsen could get the ace. This is Full Sense now, knowing that this series is there, and it will take an Herculean efforts for Action PH to try and do it. But this is just such a crucial mistake. It's not even just John Olsen. I feel like anyone in Full Sense could have gotten this done, since no one was really looking at the A-side defender properly, and they went for it. They're like, we're gonna protect you, John Olsen. Get that kill, get the ace. Why don't you deserve it? But that's the problem here for Action PH. Amongst the rosters on PH side, this is one of the most volatile teams, in all honesty. We follow their careers, we know it, especially being their local casters. But we also know when they take a loss and when they feel like they don't have that kind of confidence, it really hurts their playstyle, and there just needs to be more mental fortitude right now for Action PH in the long run. Full Sense though, can they wrap it up? Oh, the judge is ready. John Olsen with another kill. Third, fourth, another ace. Oh no, Stats will kill him.
Oh,
Milu, just before we go to the next round, maybe one last hope as Action PH goes to try and stop Full Sense from winning this little thing. I rarely say this about this kind of game. It feels like more of a MOBA thing, but I think Action PH actually lost this game as soon as the draft happened.
And you make a fairly reasonable point, Daps. I have to agree, because they're not playing to the agents that they've selected. If you notice on the Action PH side, they like to play aggressive, but their team is so slow, so deliberate. I just don't feel like it's working out for them. Plus the Omen, I do think it's bitten them in the back more than it's helped them.
Go get it. Action PH, they really don't have those tools to contest what the Full Sense style is. And again, maybe the Rays could be brought out to help. I would have loved, honestly, to see a sudden breach if they'd done that kind of homework. But yet again, it's just a little
double initiator.
Yeah, exactly, it's a little archaic against the Full Sense style right now. And right now, RU will at least fight one back, but PTC John Olsen with a cleanup crew. And this is a squad that represented SCA to the global stage. This is a squad hungry to make to the group stage. And they said the play-ins are no problem, as a 13-2 victory will lead Full Sense to next week.
That was one of the cleanest games I've ever seen Full Sense play. Actually, any team here in APAC. Just the amount of diligence and control and finesse that they brought to it. Action PH were just left stunned. But if we're gonna take any sort of saving grace here for Action PH, that there's a lot of tape for them to go over for next time they come back to play. There's a lot of VODs for them to review and see where they went wrong, because if there's a right way to play that play style. A really good example of it would be the team that they just went up against. We look at the stats right now as we bring up the post-game stats, and Dax, it was just a blowout performance. The Philippine team, one of the first Philippine teams here in the playoffs, eliminated by the Thai squad, and at the helm, John Olsen with a 5.3 KDA and a 520 combat score with 29 kills in 15 rounds. That's 15 rounds and he gets 29 kills. That's all. Oh god.
Come on, this is John Olsen experience, and rarely do you see Georgie dish shut down, and it happens here. It's a perfect way to say it though, Ilu. This is a cheat sheet for Action PH. I said it in the first map. Regardless of the result, this is the one VOD they will be looking at over and over and over again. And they say that we can be as good and even better than Full Sense in the future. But this is how we should be playing. This is the style we need to not only emulate, but also evolve from. for Action PH, bright future. I really love this roster right now, how they've configured it. I like a Batman who can be that chill kind of player for their mental, but they also need to expand a bit more of that agent pool. They need to play against some of the strengths of the opposition, or in their own strengths, more of that map control, more of those wraparounds that we see here for Full Sense. Full Sense has just brought the textbook basically to teach APH how it's done as we check out the highlights.
All the highlights, sweet and short and nice, albeit very brief, as the rounds really just did not take us into the long duration fight that we hoped to see here today. It was all about Full Sense. It was all about John Olsen proving that he still got the mojo. And at this point, could even just call him Jojo. Totoro.
And just immortal, you just like all the ancestry and all, like so many seasons of John Olsen. Sometimes they fall at the end and then you get reincarnated. Sure,
Jojo Taro Olsen.
One enemy remaining.
I'm sorry, this is what it is now.
I did not expect that from you, of all people. I'd expect it from Asarai.
Asarai's rubbed off on me, okay, so clearly.
Illustrado, the JoJo stand. I'm actually surprised, but we're all stands of Full Sense here. This is a team that many are questioning. Why are they in the play-ins? And, well, they say, okay, no problem. We'll just get through it. What a performance in the lower bracket. Through Big Bam, through Action PH, and they will be joining Onyx into the group stage from their group, joining No Namers as well. And now we have 3 out of 4 of the slots. We do still have one more series to go later on, but of course, we'll be taking a break, breaking down the action with the panel. Dax here with Illustrado. We'll go on a break here. We'll see you guys in just a bit for more VCT APAC.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's did it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Lows.
Well, it seems as though Full Sense made a stand against Action PH. There it was a 2-0 victory, a decisive 2-0 as well in Action PH. They will be eliminated from the play-ins. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raph. And it was really a John Olsen show, right? After that split game, he had a 5.3. I don't know where he got that number from. That was just outwardly for John Olsen, but it's not too far-fetched from him too.
It was a rough watch, let's be honest about it. It was a complete one-way show in the favor of Full Sense. And then, I mean, of course, they got the strategy in their way, but then they got damn John Wick Olsen on their goddamn team with 55 kills and 14 deaths. This dude is plus 41 for the entire dang series. How do you get better than that? You know who has the next amount of frags on that team, or even in the entire server? It's Lammy Snacks at 28. This dude has double the next guy in the entire server in the amount of kills. And that's the reason why, you know, coming to LCQ last year, coming into this tournament, everybody was like, if you're gonna talk about duelists in the game in APAC, you gotta talk about Johnny, first name, last name, the whole way.
And man, John Olsen so hot right now. Is he truly the gentleman that Illustrado claims to be, or gonna do that? And I mean, come on, dude. I know a lot of people are, oh my goodness, they're really hyping up John Olsen. Well, come on, dude. He nearly dropped 30 in one map convincingly. And again, if you're paying attention to the game, how could you not? But again, the thing we have to talk about now is how both teams approach to heating up their players. The thing that Full Sense did is that they tried to avoided pouring gasoline on their fire. They didn't want to deal with the explosion or the potential overheat. They gathered around, they made it a concerted team effort to heat up John, to set him up, make him a fabulous bonfire. Shout out to Greg. Anyway, again, they made this a very, very consistent effort amongst all of them. John Olsen popped off, but that is also because of the collective efforts, as I've mentioned.
I mean, it's not only, you know, one map where he almost dropped 30. He did it in almost both of the maps. And mind you, very limited rounds. Like the first map only went to, what, 18 rounds, and then the second was like 15 rounds. So that is insane. For you to drop almost 30 kills in 15 rounds twice over, that is such an amazing performance for John Olsen. We cannot understate it.
And here's the thing too, Action PH, they kind of lost the psychological map mix-ups, right? We see APH, they try to go for that style where they hit the momentum as hard as they can. They try to get that microwave feeling going. But the moment they kind of hit a bit of a barrier in Full Sense, you kind of see the drop-off in diligence, as Illustrado mentioned. Round by round, suddenly the corners become a bit of an abyss that's consuming this team. And this could potentially be a symptom to a bigger problem. The defensive side on APH looked just slightly better, but again, the clinical and the surgical accuracy of Full Sense is nothing to scoff about.
Yeah, and moving forward, I'm pretty sure Action PH is going to be going back to the drawing board, prepare for Challengers 2, and hopefully make their comeback in the Asia Pacific Challengers as soon as that wraps up. But for now, it's Full Sense going into the group stages. We're finally finished with Onyx and Full Sense. Now we're going to find out who's coming with no-namers into the group stages. The next series that we have on hand is Griffin Esports going up against Fancy United Esports. And again, this is an elimination matchup. Whoever loses this says bye-bye to their dreams of going into Masters. Now, these guys, they really didn't have we didn't have a lot of data going on through them, especially for Griffin Esports. After their performance against Global Esports, the first time that they went through, it kind of it kind of shocked us for that matter. But when they went up against No Namers, it was No Namers really dumping on the competition. Now that Fancy United also taking care of Global Esports going into this matchup against Griffin Esports, I feel like that we've been saying that it's a toss-up altogether, and it really is going to be a match that we have to look out for because we need to get a good grasp on how they're playing.
For sure, and I mean, especially to get that grasp, we have to look back at their previous performances, as you talked about, Nomad, with Fancy kind of losing towards, rather winning versus Global to get to this stage, and then Griffin being sent down by No Namers, which is, honestly, both of these teams actually went through Global to get here. But when you do look at things, and I do believe that, especially No Namers kind of being that first seed, being that maybe the best team here, I did really like the performance that I saw from Griffin versus No Namers, and as well as Fancy, what they put up versus Global, because it's not easy to do that. They both lost versus No Namers 0-2, but I don't think that is going to necessarily be what happens today results-wise. I think we're going for a third map here.
We
There's a
may
little bit
see
more.
that.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, we may see that, but first we have to introduce Griffin Esports here and see how well they're going to be playing on the plate. Griffin Esports, Hong Kong and Taiwan's third seed will be coming in to this fight, hoping to get into the group stages. We got Ace, Attention, Fung, Fat, BB, and YR Select.
That we do in Griffin Esports. If there's something that I can talk about for them is they adapted as well as they did. Again, we did mention GE, who is unfortunately out of our APAC Challengers, but they did play fairly unorthodox. Griffin Esports, they didn't seem to have a problem adapting to that. They went toe-to-toe with them, if not above and beyond their mechanical capability. But I want to put the attention on Attention, Fat, BB, and YR Select. This is the core of Griffin that's been rock solid all throughout all their runs. And if they can continue that today, then Fancy might have a little bit of an issue. As Fancy, although they are as tenured can be, I still think they need to do something a little extra to somewhat make them stand out from the crowd.
Definitely so, and I think like when you look at things here and you see how this Griffin squad has been playing, of course, lots of people like to put, I guess, basically the responsibility of carrying the team on players like Attention, who does pick up that duelist slot, on players like YR Select, but I really do think that it comes down to that backline really performing. When you do have players like, CU Fat BB and Ace really popping off, that is when they look the best, and I think that is what they have to kind of fall back to here in this matchup.
They have to channel their playstyle against Global Esports, the one that they had a rather decisive win against the next team that we're going to be introducing. It's Fancy United Esports. Well, the Vietnamese region has one shot left to get into the group stages. We got Fancy United Esports joining in on the fray. We got Ace Arola, BMVZ, Heisey, Killers, and Yes I Can.
And I mean, looking at that roster, it definitely is a team that did have a lot coming into this tournament, but I do think if you're going to be looking at one player, Heisey is the key, I think, for this team. They look the best when it's Heisey and Astarola, those controller flexor players. When they're the ones who are getting things going, they really look the best that they've gotten. You talked about how, they have to channel their kind of play, and I do think that is more of what the same that Fantasy United has to do here. They're teetering on life's edge right now of this tournament. It's something they can't really give up. We know players like Killers and Yes I Can, they're going to bring their 100%. They're going to frag out. They're going to do everything that they can. But it really does come back to the back line, I think, for this matchup specifically between both of these teams. It's not going to be about who is in the front court, but in the back court, and more importantly.
With what you said, it is truly a guards game, and with that too, it is going to be a pace and space type of play. It's going to be relying on those mid and late round calls and those pushes, because that's what controllers do. They typically are going to be the last few that are going to stay alive late round. And Fantasy United, as I mentioned, although they do need that extra push to be a little more stand out, I would say, they're still doing such a great job, but they really have to do more than that to stay in our circuit.
Yeah, and you guys are talking about how this is going to be a controller game, but as much as these guys love to go for the pick and rolls to get into the side and get the rounds in, we got to look at the defenders that make it harder for the attacking side to go in, because our head-to-head will be featuring the two sentinels of these teams. We got YR Select and Acerola for Fantasy United and Griffin Esports. And these guys, despite the fact that their previous matches weren't really as good as they wanted to be, they're going up against each other in a fairly even playing field this time around.
I mean, I talked about it and I touched upon it, how Acerola really is one of those players who they have to rely on. Acerola got to make a casserole out of this one. Why Select, we know that he's gonna try and choose and pick his battles very, very wisely. That's really where he comes in, I think, for this team. YR Select, he might not be the most aggressive player, but he always tries to choose the best option for him, the best option for him to be taking, and the best fight for him to be engaging in. And I really do think that is the cerebral part of this game that both of these teams have to rely on, because playstyle wise and kind of mechanic wise, these guys are neck and neck. So it really will come down to who has the better mid-round adjustments, I think, over necessarily preparing beforehand.
Yeah, as you mentioned, and as I mentioned earlier too, this is probably going to be one of those long drawn out games where defaults are paramount, really. And we know how explosive those duelists are. We've touched on how cerebral these assassins can be. But overall, it has to be a collective effort, as I mentioned earlier in the panel too, for different teams. But now, once again, it is a situation of life and death. I think it's really hard to call this one, no matter how hard I think about it.
Yeah, we can pick our brains a little bit more. Map Veto is coming out in just a bit. We gotta pick I gotta pick your brains here. What maps are these guys gonna be playing on? Because as far as we're concerned, the map data that we have for them and the map matches they've already played, it's still a toss up on what they can play on and what they can give on the field here.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait for the video itself to look after it, but if we're going by, I guess, anything that we have seen previously, we did see kind of wayward performances from Griffin versus No Namers and Icebox and Haven, so I don't think that's the way we're going to go. If anything, they're probably going to ban Icebox to start things off, especially looking how on the side of Fantasy United, it's not really a super hot map for them as well, but let's really see. You take your pick. It's bind they ban first.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Griffin is... I'm so sorry, guys, for all you Griffin esports fans out there, but my goodness, their bind is horrendous, and it makes so much sense to get this out of the way. We did talk about Icebox. I really think Icebox is not going to get vetoed. Both these teams are very comfortable in it. They've seen each other play against the same opponent, so the adjustments could be made Breeze, that makes a lot of sense. Like I mentioned, Icebox is going to be one of those things where everything's going to be derivative from their match against GE.
I mean, we did see Fancy, the last time they did play this was versus Cerberus, the other Vietnamese team that is in here, and it didn't really go their way, but it was a pretty close map, so I'm surprised that if it does go that way. But I mean, opening map pick, I'm thinking Haven here, if anything. No, they go Ascent, which I don't think is a bad map either, actually, for Griffin, considering how, the last time we did see them play it, it wasn't necessarily something that seemed too wayward.
I think both of us being wrong on these map vetoes. I was about to say this is probably the sanest first 2 bans we've seen the entire play-ins, and we see an Ascent to be picked as a first map. I think, well, as much and as relative as this may sound, it does kind of make sense. Both these teams, they're fairly rocky on Ascent. Fancy United more so than Griffin Esports. So Griffin, I think they're banking on that. We see a split map. They have a bit of depth here, Griffin. They do. Fancy, you could say the same thing, but once again, not really one of those maps that kind of pop out when you look at their when you look at their map pool.
No, yeah, totally. I mean, Ascent, they did rather Fancy won it versus Global, so I'm curious Griffin picking that, but we did see them do pretty well versus Oblivion Force. But on the other side of things, when you go to Split, it's Fancy picking that map, and it's statistically not one of their better maps, but they do feel like it's a map that they can win. They did play it against Cerberus, and in that case, they actually won quite handily. So this is one of the better maps for Fancy. I think it's a real good pick for them versus Griffin here right now, especially playstyle-wise. As Haven's going to be banned, Raph, it's looking ever so more likely that Icebox might be where we end things.
I think, again, the bans make a lot of sense. The picks, not so much. But again, you have to look at this as a whole picture. Icebox, most likely, and very, very good call. I think this is one of those games where we have to psych you out with a map veto. Because let's just say one of these teams, again, both of them, considerably strong on Icebox. You lose your potential best map. Going into that second map, you're not going to be feeling good about that.
Well, I guess Icebox to really cool things down if we ever get to it. But yeah, this is a good map for both. I was expecting it to maybe be banned early as more of a respect ban, but hey, I guess we respect each other's own potential to really make this map happen. I want us to go all the way. I mean, this is the final series of the day, so might as well, right? Let's get this show going, dude.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Might as well end it with a bang. A 3-game series to wrap up the 2-0s that we've had throughout the entirety of the play-ins. Why not? And it's even more fitting to see Griffin Esports and Fancy United do this for themselves. Now, moving forward here, I've already picked your brains here on Ascent, on Split, and on Icebox. It's gonna have to come back to us to deliver whoever you guys think is going to be coming out on top of this fight. Now, granted, these guys, they both won against Global Esports. They barely made it through in the winners bracket for Griffin Esports, and it was a decisive win for Fancy United against Global Esports, but it was as close as can get. Knowing all of this, knowing the stats that we've had, who do you guys have for going into the group stages?
This is difficult. I honestly think that as far as our predictions go, at least for me, this is one of the more difficult predictions for me because I really think this could go either way. It's a straight 50-50, but we have to pick someone. I do think from what I have seen, Fancy United are a bit better in that regard. They come from the Vietnamese scene, a scene that's just a hair better, I guess, in Hong Kong, Taiwan, but we've seen many great performances from HK Thai Dubs teams before, like CBT last year. So I do think that they really got a lot to prove here. And I would love to be wrong because honestly, both of these two teams do deserve it. But I have to go with Fancy United 2-1 in the very close series.
Man, why am I in this position where I have to make a call? Again, this is probably the most difficult one that we had the entirety of our APAC play-ins, really. The thing is, they're so contrasting in their strengths. I would say if it becomes round disparity, if we had to choose how many rounds, I feel like Griffin had the more convincing win over GE. So maybe that could be one of those things, but there is a playstyle differential. I want to disagree with Black and Blue so much. I really do. Because it's the hyper-adaptive Griffin Esports to the relatively stable and very fundamental Fancy United. Toss up. I think I might have to go with Fancy United on this one. 2-1. It's going to go 3 maps.
Okay. 2 Fancy United, make it 3. I'm with you guys here for Fancy United Esports. They showed a better showing against a Global Esports there. No-namers, they kind of stomped Griffin Esports there, put them in their place. But here in this series, I feel like it's going Fancy this time around, as we will throwing it on over to our casters to break it down for us, as well as the players and the teams to prove their worth. It's the last series of the day. It's elimination day. One team will make it into the group stages. It's Griffin Esports versus Fancy United Esports.
One slot left at the end of the play-ins, and well, Group B, the group of chances, giving life to these two teams and giving them a chance to make it to the group stage. Welcome back, guys, to VCT APAC. Dax here with Illustrata yet again. And we got Fancy United of Vietnam versus Griffin Esports of Hong Kong, Taiwan. And really, these two teams, and actually the two regions they come from, they have a lot to prove in the APAC scene here, Lou. This is a good start, though, over onto Group B, able to take out Global Esports overall. And as Illustrata's back, look at that smiling face. You gotta say, though, that for them, it's just for them to uphold the SEA order and try to push their better foot forward coming into APAC as a whole.
Apologies, a little bit of a weird technical mishap on my part. But yeah, let's go into Agent Select and see whether we're going to get the same agents that we did see last time here. We're finding ourselves on a stand, and I'm not going to make any predictions up until we see the actual lock, because, you know, in this group, we've seen quite a lot of curveballs, and exactly that. We're going to be seeing the KO plus the Omen. That's something that we haven't really seen in a minute here. Ascent, as popularized by the other team here in the play in PTC, who really made that KO shine in the last LCQ and in the last time that we saw him play it. That might be coming into the picture here, but this is also a little bit unorthodox. We have the Breach and the Sky coming in for Fancy United. So a couple of picks that we're not 100% used to seeing, especially on this map. It definitely is going to be a little bit of a gamble, not exactly the most meta, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they've prepared, because these teams so far, they've shown that they have done their homework. We've seen a couple of sloppy games here and there. Sure, in this group hasn't been the cleanest, especially in the games up against Global Esports in the previous day, but still, we should be seeing some really good Valorant action in this one.
I mean, they've been both unorthodox on their agent selection. They swap on around the roles based on what agent specifically they want to play. And it's really interesting that you have Fancy United and Griffin Esports have been experimenting a bunch of different things to try and push on for. But I'm seeing here for the Griffin Esports roster, they bring that KO back that they had some success in back in the Hong Kong, Taiwan local side. Not only that, though, they swap on over from the Astra to the Omen instead on Ace. But really, when you look at a matchup like this, I think it just boils down to who can actually outfrag the other, because both Griffin and Fancy willing to go for the brawl, and this is it. We saw it versus Global Esports for both sides, that they will actually pick a fight out of nowhere. And when you see a double mid buy this early on, Killers so playing to his same stick with the quad already. Wire Select trying to start things off for the 1v3. But Griffin, can they get the takedown? No, it's an ace to kick off the action. And well, Illustrata, here comes Fancy and Griffin ready to just duke it out.
Okay, well, that's a pistol round to write home about. They go straight for the mid engagement. Killers with the ace to start things off. If this is any indicator of how the rest of the games are gonna go, well, then I'm living for it. You know, a lot of the predictions, a lot of our expectations coming into this one is that it might be a little bit of a slower paced game, a little bit of a, I'd say, very deliberate, very patient kind of playstyle. But if round one is any indicator, then it's going to be a little bit different than what we initially expected here. So we go into the eco round now for Griffin. They did take a loss on that off the back of the great ace from Killers. And that Trailblazer's gotten a lot of information, spotted at least 3.
You know, I was on the fence with that assessment, and now I feel like it's going to be more and more of the claustrophobic nature we'll see here, courtesy of Fancy United. The initial momentum is something they've standardized. Win that pistol, very good at it on the Vietnam side. And Killers, he's not done. He finds 2 icy on the board. And come on, welcome to the shooting range. Welcome to deathmatch, because it will only be Ace getting a kill there as Fancy United gets the second. So this is a standard opening for Fancy United. The more they can just assess the skill of their opposition, they're gonna try to run away with these first few rounds, and it takes around 4 or 5 rounds before an opponent can really adjust accordingly. But let's see if Griffin can figure it out earlier on, as they will have the rifles this time.
Well, rifles abound now for Griffin. The Blade Storm is up from Killers, who should he decide to use it, who's 8-1 at this point in the game. It is only round 3, so definitely a hot start. The Blade Storm does come into play. See if he goes for it. An engagement towards mid could be what he is looking for. Those tiny dot crosshairs are becoming a little bit more popular, I'd say.
I personally use the smiley face one. No, I use the smiley face one.
Okay.
This is why I'm hard stuck diamond.
I'm surprised it's even Diamond, honestly, with the smiley face
man,
crosshair.
Man, don't hate. It peps you up, and you're like, you have a bad day, it's still looking at you.
That keeps your mental in play, you know?
Yeah, no mental boom. That's how you win. So, the stuns, the utilities, and yes, I can. That's a little too ambitious there. 3 set up there from Griffin. They're actually going to be backing on away, and can they assess that Killers is just right here by the link in itself? Lobby right now for Ace, watching out. Killers still with the blades. But Griffin, they're thinking about going for this B side quicker. They want to set things up with the dart quickly. Aldron is there as well. But finally, attention with the takedown, and might be the opening that Griffin needs here.
They get a player onto the side, so it's a semi-crossfire there towards that staircase area, but it falls apart as BMVs. Sorry, it's a lot of letters. But Killers from the back is able to get a little bit of damage in. Tailwind out, but unable to finish off that kill. Triple kill for Fung, as he is able to get the next point for his team. Griffin find their first round.
Not the worst round though for Fancy United. They got a few kills along the way. And in a lesser buy, and expect a squad that loves to get that early round lead to be the one to hard aggress. Killers though running out of blades, fortunately. If he only got more of the reset, I feel like he could have gotten that takedown onto Fung, and more so. He's already 9 kills on the board, and it's just really just gonna be a day of Jets to make name for themselves. We saw it again, John Olsen rekindling the memories of last year to everyone from what we've seen versus Action PH. Right now, it's Killers looking pretty scary, and the operator peak still gets the takedown. He just goes through the smoke, and Fancy United with the first frag.
Stealing sight.
Counter paranoia comes in, good blind, but an even better adjustment. How aggressive is Acerola here? He really just wants to look for those kills. Problem is, Griffin happy to oblige, but they're taking losses on the numbers. As they still have Killers up here with the operator. They really want to challenge him. Good flash, force him out. But Heis got his teammate back. Quick and easy double kill. And Fancy United pretty much have it in the books right now. 3-1. That's looking very, very clean so far from Fancy.
And I like that Heisey's having a better start here. He kind of is slower on the uptake compared to the rest of the roster, but come to those second halves, come to those clutch situations, he's someone you can count on. And this was a good setup here by Fancy United. They get their jet did get flashed out, but the fact of the matter is, all the way by the Cubby, still somewhat prepared to catch out top mid. And the thing about both of these rosters is they really want to fight. I think that's the biggest defining factor by them. Sometimes it's a little too ambitious and they can get caught on outs. And it might actually boil down to that for a few of these rounds, that both sides are willing to take a random angle and they're gonna brawl for it. And that will tip the scales in one the other's favor. So restraint might be the wild card factor actually of this game to change up the pace. But Griffin, they don't really have the buys, and Fancy United not one to throw their lead away, and will be backing on, waiting for someone to come into their more default angles instead.
I like this defensive setup here for Fancy. They leave Killers all on his lonesome here towards B because of the fact that he has such an advanced angle. They're confident enough to send everybody else towards A, only leaving somebody to sort of check towards spawn, make sure that their back is covered. Only place that they are truly vulnerable from is kind of near market, and they're not even that worried about it. But towards A they go. Paranoia comes out. Acerola is going to be the one to hold. All on site on his lonesome. He's able to get one. Sure, Tailwind does come through. In the back of Generators is where they play, but Acerola finds a double on the hold here. They go through short. They do want to take a fight here, so they change things up a little bit. They want to fight towards Heaven. Waiting here is Jessican, but he falls down towards site. A smart move as he regroups with Acerola here on towards that A side. Now the backup does come, and the crossfire is set up. Very nice responses from Fancy to know where they're vulnerable from, start to regroup, and then just whittle down the position away.
And for Griffin, they can't take advantage of that based on, well, the utilities that they have. They were always walking into a kill box, but the fact of the matter is, Acerola, he's one of the best fraggers you can see for the Fantasy United roster, and just based on his movements, just how clear he is on what sidelines he wants to take. And it is a big, big help here for the Fantasy United squad to have a reliable player just like that. And the thing is, Fantasy United, they do have to basically, I'd say, keep up with the fact that they don't have a Sentinel, they have the double initiator, they have the double controller, so they need to not only make their utilities count because they can't stem the tide as much as they would like, but also they need to have the right positions, and that's the thrust there from Acerola, and that's the thrust for Killers to be able to hold that advanced angle like you mentioned. Dash on the way, waiting for someone else to peek him, but already Sufat Baby goes down. Second victim is YR Select.
And I do want to get a clarification, and maybe somebody from chat or one of the coaches will clarify this for me. Is it Killer or is it like Killer S?
Killer
like,
S.
Yeah, like
sometimes-
Kenny.
Yeah, exactly. If it's capitalized right, you want to say it like Kenny S, Killer S.
Yeah, so I do imagine it's Killer S. So we'll stick with that for now. But we go here towards how many times he's going to be allowed to do that. Can't Tailwind out. The good idea on the Cloudburst here, but it's already worth it, even if he does go down with the Operator, because they found a 2-man advantage. They will have a lot of information as well. They can recover the Operator, but they have to make sure they don't lose too much more.
Did you see that reflick?
Yeah.
So quick! This guy is ready to just pop off, and he's already done immense damage to Griffin, who are left with Fung and Ace. They can get a bit of intel, yes, but the best thing right now to do is save. And not only that, since they're backing on away Fancy United, and it actually pick up that Operator yet again. So this early tide from Fancy United already overwhelming Griffin. And this is one of the big reasons why they made it all the way to second place in their own Vietnam Challengers. They just have these amazing pistols that lead to earlier round wins. And they just keep on aggressing, re-aggressing, feeling that kind of confidence to push. And then slowly but surely, if they're getting beat back by the opposition, that's when they start creeping on closer to the site. But since Griffin hasn't really found the answer at all, Fancy United is just getting away with these kind of setups.
Things I do.
Oh, the aggressive setups, like you mentioned, just paying full dividends for Fancy United. This Killer S now sitting on 15-3. Definitely a good start for him. I do believe that coming into this match, Fancy United were one of the underdogs. As a lot of the pundits and a lot of the so-called experts would put them on, I'd say, the back foot. However, I have to disagree. This match is proving to be a little bit closer than a lot of us initially would have hoped. And in fact, it's going a lot of the way of Fancy. So this is a very good start for Vietnam. The first Vietnamese squad has already been taken out here in the playoffs. One of their only remaining teams is right here fighting for their lives and already forced a timeout against Griffin. So it's a great start for the Vietnamese.
I think it's just also because these guys come from the regions that they come from. Vietnam, Hong Kong, Taiwan, as much as we love their passion, and of course Vietnam, the newest face in SEA compared to the rest of the region, they're kind of, in a way, overlooked. And when you saw their group, right, yeah, the NYSE squadron and a squad trying to prove themselves from South Asia, so they're like, oh, maybe the write-off is real, but both Fancy and Griffin have put themselves in a position to try and make it through that group stage after their victories over Global Esports. And now, it's Griffin trying to prove that they can still contend with FCY. Attention though, updrafts are real. Killers will get seen! How does Killers get away with it? Never mind. Ace at least with the handcuffs and the catch there to get that takedown. Spike though is planted, and Griffin giving themselves a fighting chance here.
Well, I think that trade was still pretty much worth it. An Operator on the retake, if he can get one and leave the rest of the rifles to do the work, still worth it, I think, especially on the lower buy. And they've actually managed to get the kills. Clean retake here. There's only one person left. Ace fully flashed, and there's nothing to do about it. Just simply whittling down the numbers, and another clean retake coming in from Fancy United. They will be having a 5-round lead up against Griffin. They want to keep things quick today here, Dax. And after that 2-0 we saw earlier on, looking like it's a day for speedruns for a lot of these teams. Obviously, it's a little too soon to call, but it's getting to that point where we're reaching the boiling point for this team.
Yeah, and Fancy United, I have to stress for the fact that this is a team that gets really hard to start. I think the biggest weakness of Fancy United is when they start getting countered, rather, by their aggressive peaks. Once they're trying to close out the game, later on will we see more of the struggles if Griffin can adjust. But there is a bit of overlap with the playstyle. Griffin is also a team wanting to go for the fights, and with Killer S this potent, this willing to even shoot a shot despite him possibly dying, it's a perfect chance. And look at that, High Z peeking from the Cubby yet again. They just have this perfect setup from BMVZ. It's a good... Oh, Ace? Hello? Let's not do that. And
okay.
Yeah, the Trailblazer even back. So it's like Fancy's like really goading Griffin right now to peek these angles.
They just have no solution right now. And look at the reaggression.
What
Yes, again with a quick
What the?
Okay. He just pulls that out of the hat, a hat trick out of nowhere. And
is his name?
Well, that is what a hat trick is, after all.
Yeah.
Pulling something out of the hat. Three of them.
He's a magician, man. You know, the David Blaine of Valorant, apparently. What a name, though. Your name is Yes I Can, and you can just pull these things off. You're an inspiration. It's like he's a poster child. He should really run for election for something. And knife. Oh
wow.
Wow.
Oh dear. This is quickly shaping up to be something very different from what we expected. That knife kill pretty much solidifies it. That was probably a turning point in the map. Okay, the one thing that I say though for Yes I Can, will this be? Oh dear.
it was a faux knife kill. It was actually Yes I Can stealing the kill away.
Oh, it's a shorty damage as well right before.
Yeah, because of the rifle. This is good for Fancy United, the squad on the second seed of Vietnam. And I really feel like coming into APAC, Vietnam is a region that feels like they have a lot more to prove, and it's big intel already because they have 3 slots. One already has fallen, but they are coming into 2022 more retooled, newer faces trying to lead the charge. You got Service in the group stage. You have Fancy United trying to fight here, but Sufat Baby with the first takedown. Killers though, making the Blade Storm count. And this Jet is just so consistent at getting kills for these rounds. Griffin has to respect this and will back away.
Great flash from Yes I Can, just couldn't get the kills on top of it, but Killer S proving that even with the blades in his hand, even though he doesn't have the operator, he can, under pressure, perform still. Now, Cosmic Divide will be coming into play here. Really nicely timed as well. But the null command will be utilized here a little bit prematurely, I do believe. They just activate the null command and do nothing about it.
Yeah,
They just
null
go back
command and retreat.
and use the lockdown. I am very confused.
30 seconds
If you're gonna be
left.
selling this fake, you better have at least that presence. And Shufat Bibi, expecting him to fully peek this, and he just stays in the lane while this happens. So
Spike
FCY,
down, B.
they are prepared to catch the Spike. Heisey in the middle, going for the duel. Spike now retrieve. Retake gonna be real. They will have to watch out for that top mid angle. And Shufat Bibi finally making it count.
10
But
seconds
Heisey with
left.
the takedown. A conundrumable round for both of these teams. And
remaining.
Azarola not ready for that one.
Player
Attention,
remaining.
commanding it to get 2 killers now. Looking to try and make the clutch, and it's 1v1 as the rifle is picked up as well. Spectre versus rifles, time is ticking. Turret though gets the spot, good position with the utility to prevent that updraft from getting that much value. This is now gonna be a contest by the staircase. Will he actually get the shot on Cloud versus there? Breaks the turret. The blades right now trying to like the knife. Knife is out and into chaos. It's fire and select. Who will win it? A round of questions, Ilu. A round of questions finally answered by Griffin.
That last kill took a minute. Both ran out of. Thank goodness for the replay. I would really love to see that again.
Enemy remaining.
Look at this. Runs out of blades first. They both run out of the magazine, and the pistol is not clean.
A lot happened.
A lot did happen. It's a lot of process for anybody. But at the end of the day, Griffin, they come out with a victory. They get another pistol, another round here. Look, man, I'm just as confused as you are.
I guess it worked. I mean, that's how you sell a fake. You go for the null command, you go for the lockdown, no one pushes, you rotate, and, well, never mind. Fancy United's had enough, and they will just go for the quick frag at the start. So, I think that for SCY, they just didn't get the real catch in time for the rotate, and that was their only problem there in the round. And Griffin takes advantage of that fact and takes advantage of the wine hold there from Acerola. 4v4 for now, as Griffin here playing it, opting actually for more slower pace coming into this game.
Well, they do slow down the pace. They do slow down the action. They want to reset the round because they have just gotten a pick. So 4v4, they want to keep the defense guessing. It's a fair call. We'll be gearing around towards making that full rotation, to the basically uninhabited B site. They only have one player really kind of watching towards market, and I don't imagine that Yes I Can is going to be holding it too firmly. He'll probably just get information, maybe try to flash and get a kill,
30
and then
seconds
fall
left.
away.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he just decides to do just that. But Griffin here setting up their take. That's going to be the 0-point game. The catch suppressing now. The Sky can't go for the flash birdies anymore. And Griffin closing the door on the potential entry points by FCY. And yes, I can. Whittled down there by Wara Select. Scrambled out to the sights. And see if that baby will make it in time to put that spike down. Nanoswarms also put right in front. The CT angle. Defense spawn now covered by utilities. Alarm bots triggering onto Killer S. But in behind, BMVZ driving at home versus Fung. It does become a 3v3 now. All about the zone though, as Killers in on around for potential pick. Tries to shoot through the radar, doesn't find anyone. Heisey now gonna go for the push. Beautiful flash though again from BMVZ. The setup is real. Suppress is there though to try and keep parity. And now Fat Fever running in just to die. All left now. The ace in the corner. He is caught and he is found. Fancy United.
No time?
Making it. Nah, they got this.
It's gonna be tight. Maybe 2 seconds probably.
Maybe 2.
3. Yeah, 3 seconds left to spare. I was worried for a second that they didn't have time, but the beeping was just a little bit off on my end. 8-2 now. Fancy United with a fairly straightforward retake on that one as Griffin. They take a little bit of a loss, and it's this mid control that they just can't handle up against Killers off. They need to be a little bit better than this, and there are quite a couple of questions that are yet to be answered about that crossfire hold. The moment that Wire Select goes down, you would have expected a trade from someone towards the back side, but didn't see any of that here as Wire Select was left to fall for free. Now brought to 8-2, and again, they will insist towards this mid. Fortunately for the Griffin side, no operator this time. It's towards B that Killer S would like to go ahead and push.
They want an orb for attention. He only has a classic 1 away from the Blade Storm. Look at the hold here. You have Killer S already inside B main. Acerola on the other side, keeping an eye out. And if you try to touch this, you will be very dead. 0 point though, doesn't get the catch. And Fancy United now respecting the space and backing on the way. I do have to give props though to BMBC. He's been stellar with the flashes at all. Now Rolling Thunder is there. Unfortunately, doesn't really lead to a marker. And Acerola flying up just to die. Ace will get the takedown. I think though Fancy United assuming a little too much in that play that Griffin was going to go for the A take. And this time, Griffin able to bait out an ultimate and now move towards that A site.
I definitely think that was a little bit premature and maybe a little bit uncalled for. I like the idea, though, however, to send Acerola as sort of like a pseudo jet for that updraft there on top of that box. Lineups do come in. Very nicely timed. Hunter's Fury to help them clear sight, but there is nobody really waiting there. Would have liked to see it maybe used for the post plant instead, but you're gonna be going to a 4v5. Killer S on that operator on this retake. Not the best of weaponry, but they've shown that they can make these retakes happen, even though things could be a little bit awkward. Now, it's gonna be the time to start dwindling down. Cloudburst to obscure vision for now. Killer S still has yet to get a foothold towards heaven, but the rest of the members of Fancy United, they're working towards short. They get to pick off Heis. Does find one. Heis finds two. The flank comes into play, but it's a triple kill for Heis. He's still not done. But it's Killer S and drops last as we find ourselves in an 8-3 scoreline. One last round in the half, and Griffin find a way to fight back.
Yeah, a little presumptuous from both sides there, but I feel like for Griffin, it's better to do that knowing that if you notice no one's there on the site, you can take it for free, and that's exactly what happens. Fancy United, there's a tendency sometimes to jump the gun. Heisey, though, he tried to fight till the end there. He kept on shooting, got the triple kill even. Griffin just had the numbers set on up anyway. So if only Griffin Esports can get a few more of those plays to come out from Fancy United, it can help them out immensely. And this time now, they're really staying away from where Killer S is. He's in the middle. Now the non-command into play. Will we get the push this time from Griffin? Seems like that's the case. Respect though, he gets respect. And Fancy United immediately calling for the 5v5 retake instead, letting Griffin plant for free.
Yeah. That's fine, because the last time that they lost the retake was when they were at a man disadvantage. They want to avoid this time, especially seeing how much utility Griffin like to use to get onto that site alone. So it is actually the right call to go ahead and play for retake. They should be at an advantage in terms of utility, perhaps even to some extent in terms of positioning. Now, Gonna begin this with the Trailblazer. Killer S ready for the swing out from Fung. Dashes in. That's the second Cloud Burst to help him get a little bit more control, more possession of the site. As Yes I Can follows him up with another quick double here. And the Tension is able to identify Killer S. But can he find any more? No, it is not going to be the case. As Yes I Can finds 3. Spike easily defused. We're going to see a 9-3 halftime score.
And this is clean from Fancy United. They are proving their prowess here so far with the shots. And overall, it's Griffin can't find the answer to the usual ways that Fancy United wants to play. One thing to take note is just the willingness to challenge for Griffin blowing up in their face, because Fancy United, you have Killer S absolutely primed. Ever since that series versus Global Esports, he's refound his confidence with the shots, and here on Ascent, he is just absolutely on fire. 20 takedowns. Every single time Griffin runs into him, someone will die. And the only chances Griffin has had here for the latter half of that first half was to stay and stray away from him. Fancy United, though, the only problem I see for them overall is just sometimes their assumptions can bite them in the face. Jumping the gun can be more costly against other teams, but here against Griffin, they still have a big lead anyway to give. Pistol also, such a big winner for Fancy United, to say the least. This is a team that consistently wins those pistol rounds, so seeing them up like this, making it more difficult, in all honesty, for Griffin to try and make this comeback happen, especially as we get now into the half reset, basically.
You said this earlier, Dax. It's really a day of Jets, isn't it? Let's take a look at the Killer S. He's at 20-7. So that's a thing that happened. And we're only 13 rounds in.
Wonder who's gonna get more kills, Killer S or John Olsen overall?
That's the real question here today, isn't it? It's John Olsen with a 5.3 KDA that we saw earlier on, and a 533. I think it was a 533 ACS.
I think it was pretty high. You know, let me just quickly check out the other tabs here while we're waiting to get into this game. But beyond that, I think also for Griffin, there is that potential to pop off, but we're not getting it from Wire Select, Attention, and Sufat Bibi. The one getting the takedowns here is Ace. He's also the one leading the assist, so the Omen trying to do everything for the team. But for Griffin Esports, if they want the brawl, they better make sure their punches have weight in it, and the usual ones who are the heavy hitters of Griffin not having the best day right now here on Ascent.
I think the pistol round actually perfectly encapsulates what we're seeing in the rest of the game. It's Killer S getting an ace and the rest of this team ready to brawl and just basically coming out on top for the most part. It's sort of been the story for this entire first half, where Fancy are just happy to take the fights and end up just doing that much better, as opposed to Griffin, who are falling flat every single time they want to take the fight. I think Griffin come into these fights assuming that they can keep up and that they will be able to keep up and win. But it's so hard to do that when you've got a player like, well, two players, Killer S and Highs, who are just lighting things up.
And the fact of the matter is, for the Hong Kong Taiwan region, many of their wins do come from the punishes. They love to brawl. They love to have that scrap. If you look at the grand finals between Griffin and Oblivion, it went 3-2. It went the distance, and there were just so many kills that just came out of nowhere just because of their tendencies. And Fancy United is willing to play that game, and it's really one of the biggest reasons why they're here in the first place. They know how to dominate from the pistol, use that momentum to win out the fights. And the fact of the matter is, it's not just Killer S and High Z doing work. Look at Yes I Can, look at BMVZ. These guys have been amazing at the flashes. There is sometimes that weakness for this setup because Fancy United desperately needs to cover many grounds as much as possible. But at the same time, we're not getting the rotations, the flanks from Griffin that can actually capitalize on that factor. Fancy United, everything is front-facing, but Griffin is there to receive it all the freaking time.
Absolutely, Dax. Fancy is just so prepared, so ready in every single front. We're experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty. I'm not entirely sure which team it is, so we will be hanging out for a moment. Hope you've gotten your snacks. It's about merienda time here in the Philippines. So if you are joining us from Southeast Asia, it's about time to get those snacks in and tune in for the rest of the day. If you guys don't know what merienda time is, it is the meal in the middle of the afternoon for us Filipinos, and I think for the Spanish as well.
So this is why I'm getting fatter?
Well, maybe.
Maybe? Because while you were talking, I was ordering some food also.
Okay, well, that's a strat, isn't it?
That's a strat, yes, exactly. Take advantage. My co-caster is explaining many great things. Time to get some food.
Get Just join him here on Ascent, where there's a nice table set up for you.
Yeah.
Look at that. Is that ice cream? It looks like ice cream, isn't it?
This is a gelato place. Yeah, it is. But you know what I would want?
What?
A chicken witch.
I made a sandwich today.
Oh,
No, I made a sundae today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You have
tin roof. Have you ever heard of a tin roof?
What's that? What's that? Explain.
It's a kind of sundae with like peanuts and chocolate and whipped cream and marshmallow cream and a cherry on top. It's the best.
Dude, you have like a coffee press at your house. You're telling me you're an ice cream maker now?
No. I just made a sundae with ice cream I bought from the store.
I thought you were just gonna start making a restaurant from your own pond or whatever. The Grove by Rockwell, by Illustrata or whatever, something like that.
Well,
right.
We are now getting back into the action. 9-3 halftime. We're moving on as we have found ourselves in quite a little bit of a pickle for the Griffin side. It's a fairly lopsided first half, but it could turn things around as we get into the second half of it, into the nick of it, as they say.
Yeah,
thick of it, into the thick of it.
Exactly. This is that action now waiting to happen, and this time, Griffin, we're not getting the mid-vi that we saw a while ago. Fancy United just stacking heavily, and look who's leading the charge. Of course, it's Killer S, the flash play, though, Israel. And on the inside, there's still a jet there. Shots do come, but attention can't get the takedown. And Fancy United, they're just gonna go on through. Ace, though, no one's looking at Ace. He's just right there. He steals a kill away.
30 seconds left.
When the 4v2 slate. It's Fancy United now, putting that spike down.
Oh, two-man advantage for Fancy United. They have the site as well. A couple of flashes to help them get control over Heaven. Really, Griffin, they don't have much to go off of. Recon comes in. There's no trade. Oh, they do get the trade, rather, but last player is Wire selected. He's brought down to 19 so quickly. He gets one before he falls. A triple kill from BMVZ. Bring it to 10-3. Double digits already for Fancy, and they're looking to make things no frills. It's keeping us to a straightforward scoreline all the way to 13, perhaps.
Fancy United, they're just way too potent these pistol rounds. If the game was just defined by pistol rounds, I really feel like Fancy United would be one of the best teams at it. And you can see that they always just keep moving forward. The flashes are always front facing, but the timing is perfect that they don't actually affect their team. And when you're a squad that is so confident to run double control for more smokes, double initiator for more flashes, you better make sure your execution to push on forward is perfect. And really for FCY, it's looking to be that case right now. So slow play yet again for the side of Griffin here. Only the Hero Marshal on attention. But beyond that, Fancy, they have the guns now.
Yeah, the weaponry advantage, obviously pretty significant here. And they're playing this very diligently. They want to make sure that they don't lose anyone in the process. Keep it clean for the bonus round because they know that on a map like Ascent, bonus round could very well be a win round for them. And if they do win their bonus round, pretty much GG. So, but we're getting ahead of ourselves for now. You're rejoining us on the anti-eco as a flash does come out from Yes I Can here towards mid. We'll give some information that there is at least one player lurking towards short. And nobody really to spot out the full B side. B side is completely open. So it's a mid-short gamble here for Griffin. Not entirely unreasonable. But it's just the wrong call at the moment because B is the target of choosing. They're going to be welcomed by an open bomb side.
You can't really fault the team for making the all-in play happen on a round where they're in the lesser buy. But the thing is, when you don't get the right call, you're walking into a meat grinder and high C. We'll get the first.
Planted.
But maybe they'll at least answer on back. But now BMVC on the board. Attention, we'll get the trade. This is a bit costly though. Here for Fancy United, they better be sure with their crossfires now. As soon as Griffin tries to make the retake happen from B main. So it's a bit of a reversal of the roles. The attack defending, the defense attacking, even based on the positions. Nacerola, you will see the free shots onto attention, and Ace, they line up for him easily. Killer S is there for the final takedown, and Fancy United, they're able to pick up the pieces there, and now make it 11-3. Two more is Fancy United taking this first map.
Well, Fancy United, 2 rounds away. Still have a decent amount of weaponry to make an argument for themselves here in the bonus. A lot of good shots, a lot of good kills coming from Griffin, but still not enough to bring them back into this one. A long, long climb is what they have ahead of them. And just because I think of how quick this game is, I don't think Killer S is going to catch up to how many kills John Alton. Oh dear. Okay, he moved. For a second there, he thought it would have been possible, but the Odin does come through. Not really going to be finding anybody here, as the mid presence is what Fancy United will be searching for. Just checking his side to make sure nobody's pushing him, but they do push him out. Could go for the teleport. Good paranoia. And it's a good teleport out. Wonder where he's gone. He gets one. He still gets one.
He got away with it. He teleports away. Still gets a takedown. And Acerola, the majesty truly. But the magic now ends. As Super BB will get the 3K there and give Griffin a fighting chance. And oh, Heisey. Look at the pick there. He's just on the high ground for another good take. Spike still planted right behind the double box. They're watching out for the potential angle here from Shufat BB. Behind the smoke, someone needs to adjust via VZ. Those scanned, and that's perfect there, courtesy of Fung. All left now to Heisey in the clutch situations. But the later these rounds go, the better he gets. So can he do the 1v2? Dark now broken, turns on the round, but Eoden is scary, still gets the headshot anyway! And hides behind the concrete. What? The takedown! And Heisey on the high note again! A clutch here for FCY. That's a Pure Esports clutch moment, and it's map point now. Fancy United.
Great shots from Heisey for certain, but you have to wonder how it came to pass. It was a 2v1 scenario. The fights were isolated perfectly. We do have to take a little bit of a better look at that. That's definitely a very esports clutch moment. So take another closer look. Perfect swing out as well. Now ready for it entirely. Playing that angle to perfection. I thought he was done for the moment he was stuck in hell, but sometimes he just played a little bit better. Rolling Thunder comes in fairly early. Does it matter? Not looking like it's gonna be, because MVZ is gonna take that kill against Wire Select here. Updraft just to make sure he doesn't get picked up through the smoke. There's still one defender. Actually gets snuffed out, and this is pretty much GG here. I don't think there's gonna be anything that they can do. 2v5 with only a couple of Spectres. Well, a Spectre and a Phantom now. It's pretty much GG unless an absolute miracle of a round happens.
No commands, the only thing they can work with now. Maybe that paranoia. First thing first, the knife gets thrown. 0 point up in the air. At least want to go down swinging. Now then, nearsightedness is the call. Frag getting a few pulses. Acerola watching out for Killer S. And yes, I can. We'll clean up here for Fancy United. And that was just convincing. That was a telltale sign of how strong Fancy United Esports can be if you don't stop them in their tracks early on. And with that kind of victory, there's so much confidence pushing forward into the series now for them.
Well, Vietnam should be proud. One of their teams going up in a very, very convincing fashion. 13-3 is where we ended it. Griffin just could not get a foothold in that map. Ascent looked like a complete wash for them. We move on to game number 2 very, very soon. But before that, let's take a look at the stats. And certainly it will be, I'd say, fairly one-sided here. Lo and behold, not a lot of, oh my god, look at all this. 3.0, 3.7, 3.5, 3.0. Everybody's above 3 for Fancy United. Almost, except for Acerola. He's the controller. On the other side, nobody getting above 1.0 KD on Griffin. So I think this tells the tale completely that it was a complete body, a stomp, a clothesline up until Griffin with Killers leading the charge up with 406 combat score.
They have Jets indeed, but the outclass is shown by Fancy United on this map, and so many fragments, even 9 of them. We don't usually look at these stats, but it's just all up to them getting those takedowns as quickly as possible. And you gotta give it to Fancy United on how confident they are playing into this kind of series. You see it there for Killer S, willing to take those aggressive angles. And I really feel like in the game of not even clashing styles, similar styles, it's the one who has the better foot forward ahead. It gives me shades of what we saw a while ago. Action PH versus Full Sense looking to be the more experienced, more veteran team that's making the better decisions. In this one though, Fancy United, the better shots, and the ones more willing to push the envelope even further. You can see it in the highlights, and the first pistol round gets an ace. What kind of start is that to a game here, Yulu?
Yeah, indeed. It just was precedent to what was essentially a very strange game overall. Well, at the very beginning of it, just a lot of strange moments that we saw. A lot of great ones, however, delivered by the players from Fancy United. So, not exactly the game we were hoping to see, especially on the last day of play-ins. But
remaining.
It'll be interesting nonetheless. We see Fancy United come this much closer to making it into the group stages. Emboldened by that victory, they take Vietnam one step closer to making it into the groups.
This was the Griffin map pick. Let's not forget, once we get into split, it might be even harder for Griffin Esports, and only time will tell. A few moments at least. Like some cheap at BB, finding a few frags here and there, seeing attention, getting some takedowns as well. Beyond that, it's just Fancy United. Such a scary roster to behold when everything is clicking. Like, talk about IZ, once you get to the second half, he gets even better. When you have the assist lords like BMVZ getting on the board as well, everything was just a telltale sign. And Fancy United, this is just convincing, and this reminds me of, again, for a few results they had before. They're finally bringing it out here on APAC. If they are looked to be unstoppable at the start, they will keep on going and just steamroll the opposition. But guys, we'll be taking a break, and when we return, we'll see if Griffin can bounce back or will Fancy United take it instead. Dax here with Lustrado. For more of APAC, well, we'll be back in just a bit.
What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Fancy United looking all suited up to make it to the group stage, and only Griffin Esports can stop them at this rate from that invitation. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to map 2 between Fancy United and Griffin Esports. My name is Dax, here with Lestrado and Ilu. Let's just keep it simple. That was a very, very one-sided game, courtesy of Fancy United and Griffin Esports. They need to have a Herculean effort now to bounce back in the series.
I'm not going to make it pretty. I saw a lot of holding the W key and running around. And that might not be an entirely bad thing, especially if you're Fancy United and then you can get away with it. Fine, do it. As long as it works. That won't fly in the rest of the group stage should they be able to get in, though. So it's just a good way of sort of getting, that momentum, getting into the game itself. Just finding that composure, finding that confidence in yourself as a team. But let's go ahead and start talking about map number 2. I do imagine it's going to be more of the same here, Dax Split. However, I will say it might not be as one-sided. Being on Split does sort of necessitate that and infer that you will get a couple more rounds on the defensive side, regardless of regardless of the teams or not. So it might not be as one-sided as we do think.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Griffin Esports here checking out some of the stats they've had. They love to run that double ruleless. They love to run that chamber. And if they're going to be fighting Fancy United at their own game, might as well try and do it with a composition that really suits it in the first place. Because what we saw there from the side of Griffin is they whip out things like the null command, they go for the lockdown, but they're not really using it in a way to push themselves forward. So much hesitation, and coming into the second map against a very aggressive team like Fancy U, it has to be them willing to push back. If you're going to be holding W key on one side, the other has to do so as well if they don't know how to actually maximize their holds instead.
Absolutely. But you make a great point here. A lot of it is going to come down to agents. You mentioned it earlier on that even in the first series that we had, some games were decided simply on agent select and just the composition not working out. That happened to Action PH. Well, we see that here yet again as we go on to Split. We're going to agent select in just a second here. And if I'm being completely honest, Dax, this is one of those games where I don't think the agent picks are... I might just get crucified for saying this, but I don't think in a game like this, the agents are 100% too necessary. A lot of it will really be all about who can, frag out in games like this, because a lot of it came down to individual skill. A lot of it came down to mechanics. We weren't exactly seeing a lot of crazy strats from Fancy United. It was Killer S time and time again, making aggressive peaks with the operator towards mid, towards B main. And that's really what won them the rounds, with just Griffin failing to keep up completely and allowing Killer S just that freedom time and time again.
And we're pushing for Griffin to make this even more competitive, but the fact of the matter is, Fancy United has had such a good win rate this year on this map. If you check out the stats, overall, it isn't the best in their lifetime, but their VCT, it was just a stellar showing time and time again on Split, beating both Big Bam and Cerberus, their fellow compatriots here into the APAC scene. And I'm really looking forward to see that Raise and Breach combo that they might bring on out here. But let's get down into the agent select, and Griffin is on the defending side. Fancy United, the attackers here. And check things out. There you have it. BMVC. He's on that breach. You have Isarola on the chamber. Killer S on the Raise. And double control. Even a very, very oppressive roster right now for Fancy United.
Yeah, the double controller is really gonna allow Killers to just... And on top of that, the breach. You're gonna see Killers sort of having the freedom to do quite a lot. And on the other side, you got Acerola on the back end, on that, up on that chamber. He's going to be able to have a lot of freedom as well. You're going to see them most likely on opposite sides of the map, just throwing out aggression when and where they can. See how this plays out right now as we head on over to Split. Fancy United at a very, very big advantage, not just in terms of the numbers, but as well as in terms of the momentum and the mentality. Can Griffin show us that mental fortitude, that tenacity, to be able to hang on and take us to game number 3?
The interesting thing is the Omens do come on out for both sides, and while it replaces the Astra for the Griffin Esports side, the thing is for Fancy United, they used to play Astra and Viper together. Now they're gonna go for the Astra Omen, and on a map like Split, it's already got international success before, even prior to the newest patch, just because of some of the tight corridors that you can capitalize on with things like the Paranoia. And Well, keep an eye out on that if that will become a factor. I do want to stress the fact, though, that for Griffin, playing that stage is a very, very interesting role, basically, as we get into the game, because many players can play the stage in the Hong Kong Taiwan side. They sometimes flex it on around depending on who needs to play whatever else in the other agents in the agent pool. And it's funny because basically if you're from HK Taiwan, you probably can play the stage at a good level for your own local scene despite whatever your role is. You can see it here. Fung, he's on the stage for the squad.
Problem is, though, yeah, sure, Sage can be the sword and shield, but sometimes that sword is double-edged, as having that reliance on that Sage time and time again, we've seen it sort of come and bite them on the back, where there's a lot of, I'd say, flexibility on the roster that you can bring out. You sort of are limited, and having a little bit more of a readable kind of lineup might not exactly be the best for certain teams. Fung spots 3, and okay, he walls off 1, separates him from his team, but Acerola still somehow finds it. He gets a kill, traded up, but the trade is just as quick. And now it's a 3v4. Fancy barreling their way down here towards that B side. It's given up completely. The flank from attention is coming in quite quick. Ace is able to hold the line for now, preventing anyone from crossing over, but yes, I can denies attention. 2v3. Ace just actually hits the shot here. It took a second there, but finally closes it out. Now 2v1. They will regroup. Coming back onto the site, playing a little bit closer together, but nice shot from Wire Select. BMVZ will close it out with a classic.
Yeah, we'll scrap again towards that B site. The scramble was real, and Griffin Esports, against all the utility odds, in all honesty, they were able to hold things together to make sure Fancy United were suffering losses. And expect more of that mid-vi here from Fancy United, especially with their setup plays. You have BMVZ who can really bring the edge towards that Griffin Esports roster. Those fault lines capitalized on by someone like Killer S, but if they shut down that raise early, Griffin Esports can try and stem the tide with the Fancy attack. Keep an eye out, though, as here we go again. Second round now, and interesting enough, Fancy United actually playing it safer rather than just fully committing.
Well, pistol full eco right now. Really only a shorty has been invested, so it's not really that much to write home about. We are going to be seeing a little bit of mid presence. Fong is going to be taking quite a bit of damage. He's brought down to 21. The heal does come out. Obviously not going to take him to full HP, so he's going to have to deal with what he has got. Acerola sees him. Ace taken out right here. And the site, obviously B site, now in contention, taken quite handily. And Fancy United just not missing a beat here, keeping things fairly straightforward in this anti-eco.
As soon as they went go, they get the red carpet treatment. Ace, maybe he thought he was inside the smoke properly, but his feet were sticking out. An easy spot, an easy takedown there for Fancy United. Post plant now was all about that side control. This is where it can get oppressive, especially when you have that breach in. So BMVZ, though, keeping an eye out into the alleyway. We have the shots there from Acerola, and gets the shutdown onto Wires, like attention seen as well. And inside these smokes, it's FCY who gets the advantage. They're quicker on their eyes, quicker on the spots, and quicker even on the trigger finger. Griffin now, I think they just don't want to feed ultimate points by this point to the opposition. They're gonna hang on back, die to the spike. But Fancy United, the pain train keeps on going from the pistol win into the initial momentum. The playbook of Fancy United is still soundly in check.
And it's a perfect anti-eco round. They keep 5 Spectres alive. Their bonus round is going to be very healthy, hoping to challenge the upcoming rifles from Griffin. Knowing Fancy, they're very much capable of hitting their shots and converting these lesser buys into actual wins. Let's see if they can be able to do that this time, as take a little moment to go to the shop, go to the stores, head home after a long day.
Are you the voiceover for all of those anime protagonists spread out, trying to run home, that kind of thing?
Maybe, sometimes.
Filipino dub! You might be the Filipino dub, there you go. Well, perfect.
B-site rush is what they're going to be trying. Oh my god, fully blind, fully fat. Shufat BB was probably playing for the anti-flash that gets caught off. Ace gets a double traded out. And already, the Spectres are paying dividends. They have found 3 kills, only attention and YR Select. They have upgrades as well. Well, they know where attention is. It's going to be a tap war here from long range. Decides not to take more of a fight.
Concealment.
Got his back covered now. YR Select looking to regroup with attention before they begin the retake. They have a little bit of time to spare, so they will be playing a little bit slower, a little bit more diligently. The flash, the dash in does come through, but it's going to be dealt with. No, it's not. Attention gets him. 2v1 and Highs with a triple kill yet again. Highs is just simply a phenomenal player. Dax able to lock it down for his team even when Killer S is out of the picture.
He's just so reliable, and like I say, the later the game goes, it's even better. But now, early on, him getting the frags, big confidence here for Fancy United. But Supat BB, it's like he went back to kindergarten and he was told to stand in the corner there, face the wall.
In the corner. No.
Discipline.
One enemy remaining.
just like, no. It's nap time. You should be quiet. Don't steal juice boxes. Don't eat those crackers. And
you were one of those kids that stole juice boxes, huh?
Oh, no. Actually, back in kindergarten, I was the kind of kid who was pretty much a good boy, but I couldn't understand what girls were. So back then, I got kissed by super young, right? I got kissed by a girl and I ran screaming to a nun.
Because you got cooties, man.
Yeah, cooties, bro. It's like,
you can't have cooties.
Ew.
Well, ew, that's gross. But, ooh, okay, that's gross. That quick headshot right there onto Fong as mid control now being controlled, now being taken, by Fancy United. Easy kill. And on an eco round like this, Dax, especially with how clean Fancy United have been, I don't imagine that they'll be giving a lot. The economy of Fancy United is simply swelling. They have the lowest amount of money they have on any given person is Yes I Can with 1,250. But with how they're playing these rounds, not losing very much. Oh, what is that central charge? A little bit of a boop on the head. That's fine though. And it's gonna be a 2v4. They get onto the B site, no problemo.
I genuinely love Fancy United.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
I think I'm fully infected by cooties at this age, man.
And
man. More. But,
R.I.P. Dax, he's got the cooties.
Nah, dude, I got checked, no problem. But the thing is, check out just those utilities.
Oh, they have tests for those now.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes, sir. Come on, what do you expect? 2022, medicine is amazing. But the thing is Fancy United are just holding down the fort, and Wire Select does have a gun, so he's gonna save it. Should be the demise of Shufat Bibi very soon. Come on, Killer S, get in there already. Oh, he goes to the smoke? Ooh, that's nice.
Or not.
That's not. Okay.
Well, Wire Select will save a Vandal, and that pretty much might be the difference. I think they might be able to buy here. They picked up a couple of Vandals. They each have 2,000 saved up, so they might be able to drop a little something for their team.
Not the worst situation for Griffin, and there you go. I think this is now... Of course, they're going to have the arsenals after losing 4 rounds in a row. But economically, they can still invest and splurge just a tad bit. You can see it there. Thanks to some of the efforts, the operator comes on now. But I was about to say a while ago that Fancy United has really shown us different compositions coming into the APAC scene. And I'm loving it. From the Icebox KO yesterday to, well, this chamber breach double control setup here today.
Right.
There is this innovation, and for Fancy United, their playstyle is on the more simpler side that they want the frag on out. But I feel like this squad, they can become even more complicated coming into the group stage. Attention though, that's a simple kill for him. Killer is lined up, gets taken on down. Wire Select goes after this. I can't ace a roller with a trade, but this operator is commanding that respect. And Griffin Esports now holding the line for now.
Well, they do have a player watching on. Oh, it's a triple swing right there. Nothing you can do about that. And it's a great hold. We're going to see a round taken by Griffin much earlier than we saw in the previous game. So this is a little bit of a ray of hope. This is split, however. So a couple more defensive rounds is to be expected.
They really need to step up here on the first half, because coming into the second, I'm already seeing the signs of oppression. Whether you go for the mid control or you go for the sides, that breach raise, we've seen Onyx themselves use that success. You have the chamber to make it even worse. It's a scary future here for Griffin. So if they can actually steal this lead away from Fancy United and build it up, they can stand a chance for the game. But tour de force now is the call. Wire Select has the rendezvous out because of the boom bot. So good play here, courtesy of Killer S, and for now, this mid is relatively free for the taking here for Fancy.
Killer S does not hesitate. Taking a little bit of damage from that paint shell. Not too much to write home about. Fat BB simply will be removed. B main control. They have a player playing close. Might expect him. Ace gets the better. Splash? No, not going to be able to do it. Ace with a big double. Holding B main. Dropping the spike. Forcing a little bit of a re-aggression into B main. And that messes things up a little bit for Fancy United because they still have to go back towards B main to recover that spike. Meanwhile, they're sort of divided. They have to deal with Acerola. They have to deal with Wire Select, rather, who has that sort of force, peeking around from the side. And oh my god, it's taking too many bullets. He can't swing. He misses. That was a little bit awkward.
He played it so safe. He's like, that's a long barrel. I don't want to see it. And that's the one, you know, that's the one weekness really of the Open Tour de Force because it's
so long.
It's so long. You know, size matters in Valorant.
It does.
For different reasons, and it's not just about performance. Cosmic the Veto is the call, and HyZ wanted to just go for the 1v1 isolation, but he goes on the other side. Does Ace read this in time? But no, HyZ again in penultimate perils. He's able to win it for Fancy United 5-1. Big props though to Ace. That was just well-timed catching out the setup from FCY.
And that's a big reset there that you've got. The economy looking shattered for Griffin. They might have one left in them. Yeah, as we go back into that.
It's too long, okay?
Moment. Yeah.
Rarely do you hear that kind of problem, I guess, but you know.
Well, it's a good problem sometimes, but so they have enough money. They have enough money to buy and reinvest the operator onto attention. It did net them a couple of kills, but Fancy United, I do imagine they will be a little bit wary of this potential threat here. Jump peek. Oh, it's good enough to detect the operator and force him back.
And hello. There's a sniper there, and Acerola. He shows Wire Select how it's done. That is just quite a statement there from the attacking chamber. But on the inside, Ace, we're gonna go for Garage Take yet again. Fancy United though not falling for it. Paranoia is avoided by Killer S, but Ace will still get the takedown. 2 now here for Acerola. HyZ comes from up top to get a clothesline in the takedown. And that's Fat BB tries to hold on the default. The double swing is there. And oh yes, I can design with the protection. FCY has to be a bit careful though. These corners aren't checked as potently as it could. Could have been an extra kill there for Griffin, but 3v1 and the operator only. Should be a save here for Griffin, honestly.
4v1 at this point, but I do have to give props to Acerola. A lot. I mean, sure, it looks fairly simple, fairly rudimentary, but the fundamentals are there, as they did leave Acerola to go ahead and get those picks, cut off any rotation that might be coming in for flanks. They did sense desperation in the air for Griffin that they might resort to those kind of quick plays, and it did work out, netting them 2 kills, and the rest of the squad easily taking that site. They want to deny this operator from attention, though. Yeah, and they actually managed to find him all the way from ramp. Another solid round here for Fancy United. Once again, they're starting to run away with it. It's already 6-1. And again, the economy for Griffin is simply in the gutter.
Yeah, proof. Absolute proof that Fancy United is a squad to look out for, despite their loss early on in this week. And you can see it here, just able to clear things out for each other. Fancy United, they had that power of friendship yesterday versus Global Esports. And I think that's one other thing that they love to have as a roster. They trust each other to keep an eye out. They want to make these setups work, and many a time there's still someone waiting there for, well, fans to protect the Fancy United initiations. And you can see it, they check the corners for the players who are running a little bit far forward. They're in sync with their pushes from different sides, and Fancy United overall, it has been a great effort here from them. As we get the push now to the middle again. Griffin not even having the best arsenal at all here, Ilu.
Absolutely not. It's pretty much in ruins if they do sit. Looking a little bit more like Pompeii than anything, as the shattered fragments of what used to be a buy remain on Griffin. Had a couple of rounds where they had full buys, especially after a pretty decent win on 1 round. Not really anything that they can do right now, except for just sit inside as Fancy diligently, patiently clear out every single angle they need, making sure not to make any mistakes. It's very textbook from Fancy United. Surprisingly enough, not living to their namesake, nothing fancy schmancy, just good Valorant. And it's enough to get them an entry onto the site. They get another one. No, it's the Bucky that gets a kill, but it's a good trade in the end.
I mean, how do you expect the Bucky to come out? Did you really see that? It's like, wait, what? The Bucky? Oh, okay, I guess I died there, but the blind is real, and attention catches out Izzy over the Raptors. Rolling Thunder now the call, and you can see the flying jet get even higher and higher, but like Icarus, gonna be melting his wings and falling back to the ground. Ace now. The 1v3, and the flash should confirm this kill. You know, but if you close your eyes and look at the story of this game, do you think nothing has changed at all? Because it's still FCY with another win.
If you close your eyes, is there even a game?
30 seconds left.
I don't know. If all the
If a tree
players
falls in the forest.
Yeah, exactly. If all the players suddenly turn off their monitors, is the matchup still happening?
Oh,
we should just be poets after this.
Yeah.
Let's make a book.
Change of careers. Yeah,
Yeah.
co-write a poem together. That's how we get rich, Dax.
One of those coffee shops with an open mic, and we're just doing those snaps.
Slam poetry. Yelling.
I'm good at that part, the yelling part, but no. Paranoia?
The poetry, not so much. But with the B side, they do once again choose. And Fancy are just happy to hit B time and time again. Good flash, though. Killer S took a minute to get that kill, but it's enough to get him one. Showstopper doesn't make the connection that they want, but Wire Select does. It's a nice adjustment from Killer S to come back, and he dies to the boom bot. A little bit of an anticlimactic end to that round, but somehow, some way, Griffin have managed to find a second round on the board still. If they can get this to 7-5, we still might have a competitive game.
Yeah, if they can get you basically use these rounds, right, to get more and more. But check out this replay. This is okay, this is one of those scrappy rounds that Griffin's able to get away with because of Wire Select on the high ground. And the boom bot there.
I can hear the music just like do 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 do.
And okay, just to bring back to the context, right, of the series, those are the rounds that Fancy United need to stop basically doing as Acerola raids Fung, because there are times where FCY gets a little too overconfident, they push too much the envelope, and they will, of course, get a pushback here in APAC Challengers. But now, they're getting back to what's been working, over to the tower, avoiding even the aftershock pulses. Boombot getting the bother from in behind. CFAT maybe something to watch out for, but the paranoia is perfect, and Killer is gonna get hit. Acerola High Z gonna get on the board there. And Fancy United now eventually making their way to this B site unless Ace can stop them. Astro dropped it on down. Izzy still wins it anyway. And everything's left now to the operator that made its mark a while ago and will not do so much this time.
Really good coordination from Fancy United. Meanwhile, Griffin, a little bit of problems hitting certain shots that could have made their lives a lot easier. Go back to this round here. It is another example of, I just say, getting outskilled and getting outplayed on every single front. I don't want to beat a dead horse or just lambast the team, but something needs to change from the defensive side here for Griffin. The number of outs that I do believe that they could be pursuing, you know, one of those being taking a little bit more aggressive mid control. I like this idea that they go for these kind of peaks, especially with that tour de force in their hands. This could be something that could net them a couple of really important kills early on.
He's looking. Sees the breach.
Oh no.
Wait, what? He still got the shot anyway on the BMVZ. Very surprising there, but Griffin now getting two on an eco state. And Fung, what are you doing? The wall setup is way too late. The hesitation will cost you your life. And High Z is not one to miss these kinds of shots from above. Sees now the hoodie of the Omen, but on the side, it's a finishing there as well. FCY jumping the gun way too early with a drop down, and Super maybe can he line it up? Yes, he does! There at the end, Griffin, a thrifty win. That's a bit high from them, but last round some life, Ilu.
That's kind of on Fancy, all dropping down though towards Hell into pistols, so take a little bit of a look at that. It did start off nicely though. The idea was there for Griffin as they did get a nice pick off with the tour de force. This is the moment I was talking about.
Spike down.
Crossfire with a pistol towards Hell. You don't see that every day.
They didn't respect attention being there, and one more time, the rounds that Fancy United ends up giving to Griffin are rounds where they make these questionable decisions, and I think that's the real reason why they're the play-ins right now. This is a squad that has so much potential. I'm looking at FCY, and this team has already, some of the lineups that can be interesting, some of the executions, but maybe sometimes over-eagerness is the problem. But here they come now for that mid-buy. Wire select. Oh, his operator seen, and before he can even teleport out of there, Killer S with a quick flick into the takedown. The thing is, though, this is just a distraction because the spike is towards A. Will we get the rotate instead? Oh, Fancy United, a lot of options now to play out this map, and even more so after that kill versus Ace.
And Griffin are kind of just running around towards their spawn, figuring out what they want to do and where they want to go. Finally, the res comes in, but it's a little bit questionable. Okay, they somehow win the duels. It's brought to a 2v3. Now, it's Attention, who's hanging around here towards... Pulls out a knife. This is very dangerous territory to do that. Sees him running. Can't get the kill. Oh, no. Yes, I can. Is able to punish him. Now it's all up to Sufat BB to provide us at least an 8-4. He actually brings it back to a 2v1. Now it's doable. And they know where he's coming from, however. Does have Paint Shell. Does have Satchel Charges to clean some angles if he can. Gonna be rewarded with an open bomb site, however, as nobody wanting to stay on it.
Yep. Griffin, this is dicey. Angels towards tower, and look at this, the gravity wall to slow him down. Paranoia is there, you can't even see him coming. Does it actually get the connection though?
It doesn't.
But it's running out of time, and he gets the headshot onto one. Gives him a chance for the showstopper. Launches it, but no, time is not on his side, and Fancy United, even just adding insult to injury there, getting that final takedown. Making it 9-3. That was a round where Griffin was just basically psyched out by Fancy because we saw the opening towards B site, but Fancy also showed their hand. They showed that the spike was towards A instead, and Griffin was like, okay, where do we go? B, A, what's the plan? And since there was map control all over the place for Fancy United, they went for that long rotation anyway.
Also, not so sure what that smoke was from Yes I Can.
I think you missed.
Oh, it was a one-way. Okay,
okay,
I see it now. I thought... I don't know what I thought, but I it was a one-way. It does make sense now.
It's clipping a little bit to the building, so it's a little hard to see.
Yeah.
But yeah, the two controllers, man, they just figure out a way to mess with you as much as possible. High Z's gravity well. Yes, I can there. I mean, the Paranoia didn't connect, sure, but it still buys enough time. And really for Griffin, they can't afford to be toyed with by the utilities, even more so as we get into the second half, because now they're running into a gauntlet here, Yalu. That breach, that raise, that chamber, and of course the smokes and the controls. This is one death trap that Griffin Esports has to walk into willingly just to fight back, especially in a 6-round gap.
And the fact that they're switching on over to attack now should be a little that much more difficult for Griffin. And taking a look at their lineup here, Griffin were hoping to take a lot more rounds, especially in the defensive half, to clean it up, especially with that double sentinel. Now that they're on the attacking side, they're going to severely be pressed for entry. They have no flash. Oh, they have one. They have no initiator to help Sufat BB and Attention get onto site. This is a very big turn. This is a very big problem. As we know that Split is, has those difficult sites to, so to speak, breach into.
In all honesty, Griffin Esports has a composition that screams Dry Peak City. You have that chamber on the assault. You have the Sage on the assault there.
You have one flash and it's a Paranoia.
It's like, okay, guys, go out and be merry. Go out and shoot them in the head.
And Sage will heal you.
And Sage will heal you. Maybe res you if he gets enough kills. But Fancy United... This comp should not be playing that kind of game, but okay, sure, the challenge is real, and Fancy United, standard play from them with a pistol, hard aggress. And there's the 1-for-1 already. Ace Rolito keeping an eye out on the sewers for now. Hops away from the bullets and eventually resets himself, but Fung and Ace will still get the takedowns. Now then, might be again one of those rounds where Fancy United jumps the gun, but you still have High Z, you still have Yes I Can. And these two players can play it in a pinch. As a spike now, moving towards that A site, but Wire select another plan and line it up and get the boop.
Well, as he boops the snoot of High Z, we get to 1v3. This is yeah, shout out. Who's asleep? 1v3, and the spike will go down here. I think without a hitch. It should be a fairly straightforward pistol now. Yes, I Can is only on 44 HP. Very, very long rotation he's going to have to make.
Different area code, basically. And I'm very surprised that FCI went for that. I guess I'm both surprised and not surprised. The way they play is going to be looking for those kind of kills. But sometimes you have to remember what kind of composition you're running. And for Griffin, dry pick CT. That's it. And if you end up in that state, well, Griffin can stand a really good chance. So Fancy United, this is going to be a good test of, I'd honestly say, discipline and maturity coming into this one. If they win this half in a convincing manner, they'll have something to build on for the group stage. But if this is going to be Griffin coming in with a comeback after the frags, FCY has to look in the mirror and ask themselves why they're running a comp like this if they will be pushing. But of course, that's just a pistol round. Might be too early for that kind of assessment, and only the rounds will tell us what will come next.
Well, a couple of shorties. That's what we're going to be seeing very soon. See if that can get us the kill stat. FCY want. It's not a very full buy so far. Okay, we have a technical pause. I was wondering why they weren't buying. Clearly, it's because there was a technical pause. So yeah, just a moment to sort of think, a little bit of time to breathe for both of these teams, and of course for us, the viewers at home. Perfect time to grab your popcorn.
Short day.
Very. You know, we were supposed to start this match at this time.
If it all went 3 maps, right?
Yeah.
It's just a schedule. It's crazy though how... Have we gotten map 3 in the play-ins? I'm gonna check the results real quick.
Yes, we have. We also... Wait. I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly certain.
No, they're all 2-0s.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, because they went to overtimes, not... We saw overtime. We didn't see map 3s.
That's an interesting stat, honestly. Like we...
Yeah, all it's on. It's all 2-0s?
It's all 2-0s, and I guess this is a good way to basically... For the term, weed out the competition. Try to see who should be coming into the group stage, right, from the groups that we have in the play-ins. The draws are a little interesting between groups A and groups B, sure. But at the same time, the wins themselves, the results, they show how convincingly these teams have gotten better. And I wonder what's next for the group stage. I know there's some people right now predicting some of how the groups work. And as far as I know, Ilu, you can't be seeded into a group that there's already a rep from your nation. So, likes of Full Sense, they can't be meeting Cersei early, nor...
Fancy and Big Bam.
Yeah, this kind of things, right? For Cerberus, rather. But, I wonder what the groupings will be after this game. I wonder if we'll get the results immediately and keep an eye out for what may come next week. But now it's time for us to get back into the action, and looks like Boombot's the only one moving on around as Griffin here trying to size up what's the setup here on A side.
They will be pleasantly surprised to see that there's nobody really holding it. We'll be trying to push the envelope here towards that heaven area, only to be met with some resistance in the form of Heisey. Now, they do have one player watching that flank, so they won't have a full 5-man commit. They are taking a little bit of time to plant the spike. This does come into favor for Fancy United because they do have more time to go ahead and make that rotate.
Griffin here, all taking this one for free, and Fancy United, they gambled for that B side, and now they're gonna be scrambling to try and throw their lives into this meat grinder. Wall, though, has been set up by Fung already, and Griffin here, at least they're getting these kind of chances. I think really the ball is in the court of Fancy United, who are just... There's a meeting. The tactical timeout continues, apparently, for Fancy United.
That's fair. That's all well and good because, sometimes it's not so much done in Valorant, but in a lot of other FPS titles, they will use the eco round to sort of just talk about their plan for the next round, but they're all just walking here. Oh my god, they're all just walking past.
That's kills, and that's kills. Fancy Fat Baby, he is able to feast on and get more and more points for that showstopper. Griffin Esports, they're like, where's Fancy? Oh, there they are. Caught them in the act, caught them in the line, and when you see that kind of line set up from
it's
a
little
game,
Congo line that they set up there. Trying to see how long they can go.
They went from store to entrance of screens. as far as they can remaining. A few feet, at least a few feet.
Yeah. Cover going out. It's a good attempt. Not exactly Splinter Cell. Not exactly.
I don't think you can be sneaky with like 5 people all together.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Just bumping each other. But hey, this is now where the half really
wait,
starts.
you say that, but
yeah.
you say that they can't be sneaky with 5 people. But 4 of them have just walked into B. Not so much so sneaky anymore though, because they have been identified. The site is completely open here.
So stealth game, Valorant. Hello, new genre.
Are there assassination animations coming in soon?
Maybe. Just give me some more Radianite to use for melees, basically. But here comes now the action from Fancy United. They want to play the pinch and they clear out the garage here as the ace goes down. Angel's now lopped on over. Yes, with the boombot even. And do they check the corner? Yes, they do. It's a takedown. Wara Select making the headhunter count. Heisey from above though. And Fancy United, look at this raid take. BMVC with the final kill. And they just swoop in to knock out the competition. Now again, I am wondering how Griffin got into that site so cleanly, given the fact that Fancy United has so much utility. But whatever works, the wraparound is there, and the utilities are enough to bother Griffin into corners to get those takedowns.
I do think a lot of it is Fancy United being a little bit too trigger happy with the risks, stacking a little too many players in one area, not exactly having any vision towards B main whatsoever. And on the other side, it's Griffin. They're just happy to walk into sites. So, you know, the gamble does sort of pay off for Griffin. Not so much for Fancy United, but at the end of the day, it's all about who hits the shots. And Fancy United, they've been doing that and more. Meanwhile, it's Griffin here. They're going to call a timeout to figure out what they're going to do. They don't exactly have a lot of money after this one. They might be fully reset. So they want to make sure they have everything they can because it's double digits now for Fancy United.
Luckily, though, the pistol win and, of course, the Congo line that we saw have given them ample kills to be close to the ultimates here. 2 more for the Showstopper, a single one for the Bladestorm, just in economic straits, and, of course, the Resurrection. The one thing they have over FCY, really, is that second chance, so they can go for the dry peak trade if ever, find a kill, make it 5v4 as they make the push happen. As for Griffin, these chances are honestly happening not so much because of their efforts at the starts, but for FCY, in all honesty, running into them and trying to be a little bit cheeky. So we'll see if FCY is going to make that kind of adjustments. Griffin have fought on back though. This time now, Fancy United, they will be going for that Vents hold. The breach and the raise are there. It's more aggressive, but I can see the concept. And just keep an eye out for the flash into the peak from Killer S. This might be deadly here for Griffin if they walk into this one.
Okay, well,
I dropped the spike.
they are making their presence known here towards mid. Fancy United showing that they are happy to fight for it. Good paranoia, and they're able to mow them too. Really good response right there. The paint shell on top of it forces them all the way back. No trades available. Very much a success, and they even dropped the spike. Not so sure if Fancy have seen it,
Great for me.
but they're pushing. Oh my god, Killer just even finds another one. Reloading a little bit of an unfortunate time here, but there are so many players here towards mid. The jiggle jump peak, it's not working out. Heisey to be able to take that kill along with BMVZ, who finishes up the round once more. And it's 11 now that Fancy United has found their way on. 2 more rounds before they take this game and qualify.
Really, this is such a different style of what you expect when you see this kind of composition. But I'm taking it because FCY, they're fully committed. Team identity, they all go for the push anyway. And as we saw there, the flash into the middle, effective enough to get those takedowns. The utility advantage here, utility diff really, such a big factor right now of this game because Griffin don't even have any real ways to contend with it. You have paranoia and you know, that's it, but the flashes are more potent from someone like the Breach. Bolt line is there, BMVZ, right read, right time, and here comes the showstopper even. FCY, this is the fancy style that they bring. This is truly them united, and they are just 1 round win away from joining the rest of the play-in winners in the group stage. A flawless way to get the match points.
Way too clean right there. So difficult to play against them when they look like this. And Fancy United, they're really not pulling any punches. look at
remaining.
what's happened before them. It's just Griffin. They look like a completely different team than they did up against when they were playing against Global. And to think that they actually even handily won up against Global Esports. Fancy United now showing a dominant performance here. Arguably, some people thought, some pundits, really thinking that they were the underdog. But today, they're proving that on both maps, they are the dominant team. Vietnam proving to be a region not to be trifled with. Ace is going to be able to open things up with a nice tap there. Gets 2 kills. Going to be Killer S who misses his chance. So Stopper does a little bit of damage, not too much. Cloudburst to be able to obscure vision. They slow him down with the paint shell. 3v5. Still doable to hold on for Griffin right now, but they need to be decisive. They need to know what to do, not panic. Ice Wall comes up to help up Ace. Killers will pay him. Will pay the price for him rather, and it's gonna be too fat BP. Bring us to a 1v4. Should be pretty much it. And yeah, it's gonna be the round.
Yeah, Griffin fight back at least. We still have the bite from them, and the Ace with the punish early on. But I think the problem right now about basic coverage about Vietnam, Hong Kong, Taiwan is there's just that big language barrier, not really getting the best kind of information about them. And it's really a welcome surprise because I've been checking out some of the broadcasts of the Vietnam side, and they even talk to each other. They have quotes about their matchups. There's so much that they really know about these kind of teams, their backgrounds. Problem is, it just gets lost in translation. But really, the Vietnam region, I think historically, you guys told me last year that this was one of the premier FPS SEA nations, in all honesty. And right now, it's a big chance for them to prove themselves here in the APAC stage. The Griffin Esports, on the flip side, fight is real from attention. And that's 1, that's 2. The powers of the Jet do come online when they need to the most, but Hi Z, hello you! He just comes in clutch yet again to equalize the odds. Suddenly, what looked to be short for Griffin, gonna be more even now coming into this round.
And that's actually the spike that has been dropped as well. Heizy, his leg just peeking out enough. But the punish does come in. Yes, I can is able to get that trade in 2v2. What site will they be committing to? And oh my god, Ace somehow still wins that. He picks up the kill.
Incredible. Sometimes you just see those kind of sites. And Griffin Esports, you'd love to see it from them. Kind of plays that they're willing to push. This time now, it's Ace Rolla versus the world. Knife though is out, and that's not the right call. Attention. Again, standing tall, standing there, waiting for someone to come. And FCY should read his name and pay attention to how Griffin is now pushing these rounds here.
Yeah, but a full buy that's come in. We have the operator now available. Just caught a glimpse of it as the round was beginning. Like to see what they do with it. Mid presence hasn't exactly been the strong suit here for Fancy United, so they might actually call a timeout. And yeah, they will call a timeout, able to just stifle the momentum here for Griffin. They are picking up some steam. A lot better already of a result than we saw in the first game.
They're getting the fight back. They're punishing FCY more consistently. And this has been, the crux of the problem for Fancy United. As soon as they lose that kind of steam, it kind of falls on apart for them. They have struggles to recover back into that kind of momentum. And Griffin Esports here, they took that wind away as soon as we got it into that second half. So Fancy United, they know they're at the cusp of that victory. They know they have the lineup to hold things together. But really, the plays that they have been making are giving Griffin Esports chances here to contend in the first place. So FCY, I just want to see something more defaulty, something more, push-pull. Make those kill boxes happen towards both A and B tower anyway. But they're going to go for that vent contest again. You even have Ace Rolla right there, triple stacking through the mid. And Griffin this time going to be avoiding all of that action by moving towards A site instead.
Yeah, no operator like we saw initially. Decide to not play it this time. Gonna be Fancy United hoping that they've made the right read. They have stacked up mid, but this time, like you said, towards A they go. So all the defense on the side is all up to High Z. But to be fair, if there's anyone on this defensive side you can look up to, it's going to be High Z. I think they do spot him for a second. They are watching it like a hawk. They're calling in a little bit of backup as well from ropes, knowing that they are potentially very vulnerable. That's going to be the tour de force used as well, just to make sure that nobody pushes them from heaven. Oh, a little bit of a missed shot there. Scuffed it. As the A site now will be taken up. Good flash. YR Select fully blind here. You're going to be forced out of the corner. Counter paranoia. But Heizi's able to still land that kill. They know where another player is, however. The teleport does come through from the shed, not from the shed, excuse me. Shrouded Step. They want to go further into the side killer. Yes, nice moves. And that should be the retake. All done and dusted. All up to attention now. He cannot hold his own up against 4. And that's going to be Fancy United taking the game and taking themselves into the group stages. So big congratulations to them. The Vietnamese squad makes it through and eliminates the Hong Kong-Taiwan squad in this best of 3.
The conclusion that was awaited in a style that was looked forward to. Fancy United in that last round finally optimizing their utility usage, stifling again and again the Griffin Esports push, and they made that retake hunt. They do love to come from these different angles though, but at the same time, Fancy United proving that they're the ones who deserve that second slot in Group B. And we can check it out here on the post game. Better fight though from Griffin Esports to punish against Fancy United. It came in spades, and this time there's higher KDs for most of the Griffin roster. Attention really one-to-one out. Watch out for Ace also with a few clutch plays here and there. But Killer SC has had a series to remember. MVP yet again. Heizy, the clutch was just absolutely on point, and really Fancy United, that attacking side, it was just so commanding from them that it really set the tone of what the rest of the game could have been. Griffin Esports though, for the second half at least, they showed why they are here. The fight back was there, but beyond that, it just felt like it was a grave waiting for the last fill of dirt, and Fancy United finally bring that shovel and scooping it towards the Griffin grave here, unfortunately.
Yeah. At some point, they just decided enough is enough. And made it so. 13-7 is going to be our final score here today, as it's another 2-0. Not a single map 3 in this entire play-ins, like you mentioned, Dax. And a little bit disappointing to say that, but we did get a lot of quality games on our hands, so we will be ending a lot earlier than we initially thought, and give these teams a little bit of a chance to rest for the group stages. Take a look at the highlights, however, of course, as we will be reliving some of the glorious moments of this very shortly lived game.
And this is the series. You see there for Griffin, they want to make the holds happen, but still, Fancy United, the overrun, very scary on the attacking side. The amount of map control they could get in the first place as soon as they brought out the utilities, and of course the frag potential, one of the biggest problems. The IZ experience, he is really the guy to watch out for in very, very tense scenarios. I think he's the one really linchpin of the FCY roster right now. He plays that controller, he plays those very crucial moments for the team. And overall, I think Fancy United proving that they're more prepared compared to Griffin for the group stage. There's still a few questions I want to be answered for Fancy United. I'd love to see some optimizations for their agent composition, if that's going to be a different style they're going to play on. But maybe that's what makes Fancy United Fancy United. This is their identity, that they're going to bring out a very oppressive comp just to make the plays on either side. You can't really hate the fact that this is a team that is putting on a show and looking to innovate in a different way compared to the rest of APAC, in all honesty.
Yeah, well, there you have it, ladies and gents. Game number 2 of the day, series number 2 of the day, rather, has come to conclusion as we take another look at the dying embers of this series. To be the last of those picks, of these kills, of the last of these rounds. And again, it was a fun time, Dax. Again, a lot of fun to cast these games with you. Unfortunately, it wasn't the results that we were hoping to see. Group B was definitely a little bit of a toss-up. I thought we would actually, for the first time, go to 2-1. I just want to say, a lot of the times the panel were predicting 2-1. Never happened.
Never did. Never did. And guys, that's gonna be it for us here on the casting side. We'll break down the action that just occurred and we'll look to the future as we get into the battle. Dax here with Estrada, and stay tuned for more of the APAC Challengers.
My vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Listen on, yeah. Listen on, listen on me. Listen on, listen on, yeah. Listen on, listen on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like
And that is all she wrote. Fancy United Esports with I would say it's a dominant 2-0 victory against Griffin Esports. We kind of saw signs of life as soon as the second map came in, but it just wasn't enough for Griffin Esports. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside of me is Black and Blue and Raph. And this Fancy United Esports team, they're pretty good going into the group stages, I would say so myself.
Yeah, and there's a reason why we all here in the panel kind of picked them, because you just saw it, right? That Fancy, the way they play, while, you know, Griffin might have the higher of highs, maybe when they're playing against Global, you did see that stability was a bit more refined and was a bit more profound, especially coming from Fancy United, and that's the reason why they were, I think, everybody's pick here in the panel to make it into the group stages from these plans. They look super spectacular, but There's some moments you're like, this opening pistol round, like, dude, flash me out. I got 2 kills. Come on, throw a flash for me, bro. But, I mean,
we were talking about that.
Yeah, like, maybe against the very team, they would have shut this down, but Griffin, they just weren't, they didn't seem like they showed up today, and that really was the big problem, just not on their best strides.
Again, it's one of those things where the littlest things they could have done could have butterfly effect into something else. For example, there's just so much utility left unused, which makes it so peculiar to see. But again, we did talk about how Fancy has a better baseline than Griffin. We would say Griffin has better highs, but their lows are definitely much more noticeable.
Definitely so, and I mean, yeah, as you said, you know, that whole stability is part of the biggest reason why, and especially when you move on to map number 2, Griffin, they were able to get some rounds, as Nomad was able to talk about. You know, the opening half of it especially was a bit more back and forth than things might have otherwise seemed, and then when we got onto it, it really did seem like Fancy United, I mean, their opening lead was a bit too big. It went 9-3, but the curse never went their way. Actually, both maps went 9-3 during the series, but fortunately for Fancy, the curse never really, I guess, turned their way. A bit more of a hex is what Griffin needed, but even with that hex, I think they really got to go back to the drawing board and refine their gameplay, really practice things, and yeah, just basically get ready for stage 2, because they're a team that can make it into the group stages come stage 2. Now it's not their time, yes, but they're a young team, young potential, and the really young blood is what will be the future of this game. Might not be their time now, but it will be soon.
Too much Jonah, too little Hex, in the sense that there was a lot of gunfighting, there was a lot of W keying, and we did see quite a bit of success to degrees from Fancy, but as we mentioned, moving forward for the group stage, they really have to somewhat develop a playbook now, because a lot of our teams here, if not all of them, they are very, very close mechanically. We just see those very slight differences once the strats come out, once the positioning and every little thing falls into place.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have just a quick recap on the standings that we have right now to refresh in your memory on who the teams are that are gonna be going into the group stages after our stint here in the play-ins. We got Onyx G all the way from the upper bracket, smooth sailing to qualify, followed by Full Sense, who got knocked down by Onyx G themselves. Will hopefully get that rematch they want and prove that they can last longer in the group stages. But moving forward into Group B, No Namers definitely made a name for themselves throughout the entirety of the upper bracket, blowing through Fancy United Esports and Griffin Esports. And then at the end of everything, Fancy United Esports is the one that will potentially get that rematch in against No Namers if they make it into knockouts. And those are the 4 teams that made their way into the group stages. A lot of heartbreaks here for the most part, and a lot of the teams that played in. But for the teams that made it into the group stages, I'm pretty sure they are as ecstatic as ever.
I don't remember or recall if I, said this on broadcast on panels specifically, but the 4 teams that did come out, Onyx, Full Sense, No Namers, and Fancy United, they were my picks to make it out of the play-ins, by the way. So I'll take that credit. Anyways,
sure, buddy.
Yeah, sure. I mean, great teams, great showings, and here we go, my guy, the top 16.
Yep, that's the top 16 teams. So we have Group A consists of Boom Esports, Made in Thailand, Cerberus Esports, and they're going to be joined by No Namers. That's definitely going to be a feat if No Namers make it out of that. Group B, Paper Rex, Persia Esports, Bonkers, and Fancy United Esports. Group C, we got Now, Cercia, Bleed Esports with Onyx G. That's definitely a group that I personally want to look out for. And Group D, we got South Built Esports, Velocity Gaming, Oblivion Force, and Full Sense.
I gotta say, this is ridiculous looking. You look at all these teams, potentially they're championship caliber. But again, if you were to ask me who I'm really looking out for, of course, Boom is on top of the mountain. You really cannot not look at them. Aside from that, South Built Esports, they have ways to go. That is the token PH representative for me. Well, alongside Nous, of course, the Paper X. They have quite a bit to show also.
Yeah, so many killer teams. You look at Group A, immediately everybody's eyes are drawn towards Boom Esports. Mine are, at the very least. They are my pick to win this entire tournament, to be the champions of APAC. You look at Group B, and there's so much more there in store. Honestly, each group has that team that you really look at and see and think, like, these guys could win the whole darn thing. They could be the champions at the end of it.
And
NB
these
South builds?
Question
No.
mark? Question mark?
Moving on.
Well, yeah, these are the matches that we have. The first opening matches that we have in the group stages. That's going to be happening next week, so make sure you guys tune in. We got Made in Thailand going up against Cerberus Esports, followed by Bonkers versus Persia Esports, and then Nouse Esports versus Bleed Esports. And lastly, Velocity Esports versus Oblivion Force 4 series. What series are you guys looking forward to here on day one of the group stages?
All of this, I mean, I do want to see Bonkers versus Persia. Persia, obviously, picking up that roster very, very soon. The former BWL with, lots of players that did come from, like Eeyore, Asterisk, all that. But then you got Bonkers, the only representative for Oceania. And that, I think, is a really, exciting kind of matchup to see how these two playstyles clash, because this is the first time we're having an Oceanic team join the VCT circuit here for APAC. We saw South Asia teams join LCQ last year, but this is the first time we're getting an Oceanic team.
That's true. And I have to say that Bonkers have the greatest logo of all time. Really cannot be contested. Yeah. No cap. But I feel like my pick would be Made in Thailand versus Cerberus, because these were two teams earlier on were considered absolute juggernauts. It was honestly hard to stand in front of them, but now we've seen newer teams, newer superpowers develop, and I'd love to see how they stack up against each other and in comparison to said powerhouses.
Oh, me personally, I'm looking forward to Nouse Esports and Bleed Esports, only for the fact that I was a big Ninjas in Pajamas fanboy, and Pith from G2 Esports was from Ninjas in Pajamas, and he flew all the way to Singapore to play in VCT. And with that, those are the things that we can expect to happen going into the group stages next week. But any final thoughts on what happened this week and what expectations we need to be set for next week? Let's start with G Black and Blue.
It was an amazing weekend, first and foremost, here in the play-ins. A bit one-sided for the most part for many of the matches. We saw multiple 2-0s over anything. But, I mean, that just goes to show that the teams that did qualify really separated themselves from the pack, and they deserve to be in the groups. When we go to the groups, first of all, I expect a biased toast here and Mr. Nomad, as he's already talked about. But second of all, I expect amazing matches. We're going to go all the way with a lot of these ones. Honestly, I have no idea who's going to win. I have my picks, maybe who the favorites might be, but I'm going to be excited to be pleasantly surprised at the end of the playoffs.
I feel like all expectations coming from the local qualifiers up to our APAC play-ins, I think it's always going to be the same thing for me. It's always excitement. It's always such a good time to see how teams develop, whether they be at the top end or, still in the flourishing stage. But as we've mentioned, this is a place where Titans are born. Regional powerhouses show up. So next week, oh my goodness, man.
Yeah, something to look forward to next week. Something is definitely going to be rising in the Pacific starting next week in the group stages. And on behalf of all the casters that we've had across the region, as well as here in the English panel, I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raph. We'll see you guys next week for more action here in the Asia Pacific Challengers.
Break ground, CZZ don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.